Hello and a very warm welcome to Croft Circuit. This is Ian Soman and Marcus Pye talking you through this 750 Motor Club race meeting. And it is a busy programme of racing here at Croft today, our second visit of the season. We're going to start our action very shortly with the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship. We then have action from the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s, the Formula V Championship, Tagiwa Roadsports Series, high-tech Alfa Romeos, and then a second race of the day for the Sport Specials and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s. There's the weather forecast for today. A few clouds. It is mostly cloudy. It has clouded over during the course of the morning, and temperatures only around about 12 or 13 degrees. So that's what we can expect during the course of the day, and we have the cars already onto the grid for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Okay, let's give you a quick run through the grid then for this Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship race. And it's going to line up as follows. On pole position, it's going to be the number 53 car of Andy Hiley, and alongside him is number 15, Clive Hudson. The second row is number 4, Lewis Ward, and 56, Gary Goodyear. The third row, 11, Paul Collingwood, and 64, Anton Landon. The fourth row, 17, Paul Boyd, and 7, Stuart Much. The fifth row, 76, David Hughes, and 42, Darren Griffin. The sixth row, 58, Mickey Scott, and 30, Stuart Thompson. The seventh row is 10, Nigel Brown, and 46, Warren Vesey. The eighth row, 26, Alan Robinson, and 44, Marcus Roskill. The ninth row, 77, Brad Snow, and 65, Martin Hayward. And the 10th row, 79, Sylvia Much, and 27, Andrew Hayward. So that's the way the grid lines up. We've got them all there. We've had the green flag waved at the back. So we should be all set for 15 minutes of racing. Waiting for the 5-minute board to be shown by the start line official. Marcus Pye is with me. Good afternoon, Marcus.
Earlier on today, a 6-second advantage in terms of over the lap record for our poleman Andy Hiley, and they're just moving a car from the previous session on track. But Andy Hiley in this Kronos that he built himself, based on the Tadek car that he campaigned prior to that, he's been round this morning in a 1:27.450 seconds, 86.45 miles an hour, and Matthew Booth's lap record was a 1:33.42. So we're going to see Matthew Booth out later on in F1000, one of a number of graduates to the single-seater class. And we've got a great on-board camera shot here as well.
That's Stuart Much's car.
That's Stuart Much on the outside of row 3, so you can see...
Row 4, I think, isn't it?
Is it 4? Yes, it's 4, because you can see the bright green car up ahead.
That's Goodyear, isn't it?
Which is Gary Goodyear's ARL, isn't it? Which sports Spire bodywork by the looks of things. It's derived from what he had previously. You've got the Sienna there of Anton Landon, the white car with the the black stripe over the top of it. We can see that. And on the outside of the front row, Clive Hudson's Eclipse. He's the designer of the Eclipse cars with their transverse engines. Yeah. And they're real radar cheaters, aren't they?
They are, absolutely. The Sports Specials, they've already had one round this year, or 2 rounds at Castle Combe, and you were there for that one, I think,
I was, and Andy Hiley really ran away with it. He said that it was a bit of a bogey circuit for him, but now he loved it because he won the races. And he ran away. He eclipsed the Eclipse, if that's possible.
Yes, so we've just got this delay before the race gets underway with a car being recovered from a previous session. But we do have a full grid of these cars for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. 3 different classes. Classes A and B, they're based on a power to weight ratio. And Class C is for the MEV Exocet R vehicles. And MEV Exocet, owned and directed by Stuart and Sylvia Much, both of whom are on the grid. They also own the Freaky Parts concern that sponsor the championship as well. And there's an increasing number of these MEV Exocets as well.
What's interesting, isn't it, also, is in the C, the MEV Exocet class, we've got Stuart Much quickest of that group on the grid, but it's Darren Griffin who currently leads that class in the points. Similarly, Stuart Thompson leads B on the grid, but Warren Vesey is the championship pace setter so far in that class.
32nd board is being shown. I think they're going to get another green flag lap by the looks of things before the race. No, we are going to go straight into racing. 5-second board is shown then, and the red lights go on, and they go out now. But Andy Hiley does not get away at all well as they head down towards the Clairvaux corner for the first time. It's Hiley that has dropped. Well, he hasn't dropped back. He is still there, Marcus, isn't he?
He's hanging in there, isn't he? And he's got Lewis Ward in number 4 going with him. Lewis Ward in the yellow car. He sits there from row 2. It's the Westfield SEIW. And then we've got Clive Hudson going with them. Anton Landon is 4th. Stuart Much is 5th, under attack from the bright green car of Goodyear, Gary Goodyear. And there's someone who's locked up into Tower Corner. Behind Goodyear is Paul Collingwood. Then we go into the MEV realms of MEV Exocets, and it's the car with the bright green tail of the MEVs, which I suspect maybe David Hughes, who has moved up to head that group.
Yeah, the cars are a bit sunny at the moment. We can't see them. Our screen in the comp box is frozen, but hopefully that will be sorted soon. But down towards us at the complex comes the race leader. Then that is Andy Hiley then from the number 4 car in 2nd place, and that's Lewis Ward then in that Westfield that started on the 2nd of the grid. We do have our pictures now as well. That is good. Clive Hudson there in 3rd place, and it looks like it is Anton Landon, the number 64 car, in 4th position. Over the line they go, and flashing their way down towards Clairvaux corner. So Hiley was a bit sluggish away from the line, Marcus, but he soon asserted his authority on this race.
I think sometimes he does that, and there's a very, very sideways MEV Exocet. That's the 42 car of Darren Griffin. He's the points leader in that class down at Clairvaux, and onto the grass coming out of the chicane was Clive Hudson in the grey Eclipse. So
and Paul Collingwood seemed to follow him as well. We're on board here with Stuart Much, who was 6th at the end of the first lap, so that's Gary Goodyear ahead, and I think also Paul Collingwood ahead.
Collingwood, yeah, through there, yeah.
So Stuart Much lost 1 position at the beginning of this lap to Collingwood, who then went off the road at the chicane, though not to the extent that Clive Hudson had a couple of cars further up ahead of him.
And you can see Stuart Much is working pretty hard at the wheel here. We've got the other Eclipse in a kind of a sandwich. It's an Eclipse sandwich, isn't it, rather than a MEV Exocet sandwich, because you always name a sandwich by its contents,
exactly.
I'm told.
Yeah, and it's the 42 car ahead of him, which is Darren Griffin, and it's the was Mickey Scott car behind him. No, it's the 71.
Oh, and a spin. There's been a spin up there for Hudson. He's had a moment, and he's got going again, but he's lost a lot of places.
That's a couple of mistakes on that lap for him, because he had that issue exiting the chicane as well. This is the end of the 2nd lap. It's Andy Hiley leading by 1.47 seconds in that Chronos, the multiple champion in sports specials and kit cars before that. In 2nd place it is at the moment Lewis Ward in that Westfield, former Toyota MR2 frontrunner, very nearly a champion in MR2s as well a few years ago. And in 3rd place it's the 64 car now of Anton Landon, with that mistake for Clive Hudson, having dropped him back to 10th place at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a real worry. He's fighting his way back, but he's got all these MEVs to get rid of before he can start to make any real impression in the on the lap chart. There's Nigel Brown. How many years has Nigel Brown been campaigning cars in those brown racing colours?
More than I care to remember, more than he cares to remember. I'm sure.
Exactly, he's barely missed a kit car or sports specials races. Kit cars became sports specials in about 20 years, I would think.
More than that, I would think. Yeah.
Maybe.
So we're watching there the number 46 car, which is Warren Vesey in the Fisher Fury. Now
he's the class championship leader, isn't he?
Yes, and went well in the class last year as well.
But Stuart Thompson was ahead of him. He's ahead of him on the road. Stuart Thompson, number 30, currently a second or so up the road.
Yeah, we're watching the battle here for 6th position. This is Stuart Much with Paul Boyd right behind him. Paul Boyd, multiple sports specials race winner, and a new fastest lap has gone to Anton Landon. You can see our new graphic there as well. Number 64, Anton Landon, getting a 1:28.22 with that fastest lap there, and he's running in 3rd position. So he is taking time out of Lewis Ward, actually, as they are heading towards Tower Corner. You could just see them now picking up the battle for 5th, for 4th, I should say, between 56, Gary Goodyear, and number 11, Paul Collingwood. He's had some reliability issues in recent seasons as Paul Collingwood, with gearbox issues primarily, I would think. And we're watching the Goodyear and Collingwood battle head up through the left-hander, the left and right-hander at the S's now through Barcroft and Sunny they go.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? There's the 56 car, which in that vivid day delivered the ARL GTR of Gary Goodyear from Sheffield. And now we're riding on board with Stuart Much again.
He's got Paul Boyd ahead of him now, look.
Yeah, and he's chasing for what he can. The aerodynamics of these cars very, very different, but you get the impression that the MEV Exocet goes like a missile.
It does.
Certain parts of the circuit.
A change for this year is that a Class C driver can win the overall championship as well. That's not been the case in the previous years. It's always been either a Class A or a Class B driver to win the overall title.
And getting it out of shape is one of the... Hiley's got the record now, 1:27.60. Getting out of shape there was the very dark green car. I think that was 26 black or dark green, Alfa Robinson.
Yeah, Gary Goodyear. He's, I think he was a kit car champion one year, quite a few seasons ago now. Certainly before our records began, as in what's printed on the piece of paper in front of me. But Hiley, he's won this for the last 3 years, 19, 20 and 21 in this Kronos. Raced for a long time in kit cars in the Tadek, then I think dabbled with RGB for a while before coming back to non-motorcycle engined racing in sports specials.
Bounced back from a horrible cycling accident, didn't he? Which has really put him on the back foot for a while. But he's a doughty competitor. He's out in a Lotus Elise as well, isn't he? In this meeting in Roadsports.
8 minutes of the race left to go. So about at halfway distance, we've got one into the pits beneath us. That's the 26 car, which is Alan Robinson, Silver Phoenix. The Worcestershire-based driver is out of the race. He was out the back of the field in any case. Here's Hiley, our race leader then. He's got an advantage of just over 2 seconds over Lewis Ward in the number 4 Westfield in the second position. There's a driving standards flag gone out to somebody, we know not who. I suspect for exceeding track limits at one point or another. Class B is being led by Stuart Thompson at the moment in 12th place overall in the MK Indy for car number 30. So he's ahead of Warren Vesey, who's leading the Class B championship and indeed was the Class B champion last year as well. Here is Clive Hudson recovering past Stuart Much there. Up on the inside at Clervaux he goes.
Hopped over the curb, which was interesting, and he's now trying to maximise the exit speed out of Hawthorne through the S's, because if you can take a couple of extra miles an hour through there on your exit, you can then streak away down the line, and you can see that the frontal area of the Eclipse much lower than that of the chasing MEV. But the MEV is so fast into the braking area at the end of the long straight into Tower Corner that Stuart Much comes back into the equation. Those are the interesting sort of bumper bars forming sort of part of the chassis, and down through the Jim Clark S's into Barcroft and Sunny. And you can see Paul. You can see there Clive Hudson trying to keep it all very, very neat and tidy. And he's now behind another of the Eclipses. That's the Paul Boyd car.
Yes.
He's got to chase that one down. But he's got to shake off Stuart Much at the same time. And that could be still tricky.
And we've got then Darren Griffin coming through, and also I think the number 76 David Hughes car. Both of those in MEV Exocets. They're coming through. And I think the next one is Mickey Scott. That's the 42 car of Griffin. He's in 9th position, but second within Class C for the MEV Exocets. And good to see more of these cars running this season with their own sets of regulations, aside from Class A and B, which are two classes based on power to weight ratio. Class A for cars of 330 to 350 brake horsepower per ton, and Class B for 270 to 280 brake horsepower per ton.
Nigel Brown and the Silver Phaser now between Warren Vesti and Stuart Thompson. Nigel Brown running in Class A, but he split those Class B leaders. Here's a battle of the Exocets. 42 just hanging on with its day glow sort of mouth, and then 76 the bright green car. It's David Hughes in that one.
Yeah, second place within that class. In fact, you've got the first 4 MEV Exocets together, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. On the live stream you can see that on the timing tower there, the dark blue backgrounds, the numbers all together there. The light blue is Class A and the red is for Class B. And it's that's still being led by Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy.
Yeah, 1.33 seconds between the leaders still, and a 1:27.9, a new personal best for Lewis Ward, the chaser. But 1:27.6 is still the lap record for race leader Andy Hiley. Here's the MEV Exocets, and they've got different noses on them, haven't they? There's one must be an Evolution model with a bigger radiator grille, and there's a change there. One's broken.
Yeah.
One of the Exocets has lost power.
I think that's Griffin, isn't it? That's slowed. Yeah, that's the 42 car that's got a problem. He's going to pull off into the assembly area effectively, and out of the race. So we've got less than 5 minutes to go now, for about 4 minutes to go in fact. As the leaders are up at Sunny, I can see out of our control, there's a bollard now in the middle of the circuit of the complex.
Still very close, isn't it? And oh yes, the bollard's been cleared by Lewis Ward, who's just bopped it, and it's gone towards the edge of the circuit, certainly off the racing line.
Yeah.
But Lewis Ward is making a good fist of this. He's right up behind Andy Hiley as they complete their 8th lap. Gap between them is 0.8 of a second. We've got Goodyear, we've got Landon and Goodyear heading after them, have we not?
We have indeed. We've got the leaders on screen now, in fact, and you can see Lewis Ward is much close to Andy Hiley, whose last couple of laps have been slow in the 1:28s, and Ward right with the race leader now. The 31-year-old RAF engineer is pulling alongside, and Hiley's got a problem. His hand was in the air. He's waved Lewis Ward through, so Hiley, whose car has been pretty reliable the last 3 years after a period when it wasn't reliable at all, has now seemed to be blighted by some kind of issue. I thought maybe that was the case because his lap times were dropping off a bit, and I don't think it's going to go much further.
No, I think he's going to come into the cutout because, yes, he is. He's pulled off after Tower into the cutout so he can do a shortcut back to the pits, and or maybe just leave it there till the end of the race. But what a shame. But
yeah.
That's interesting because Lewis Ward had really pushed hard. There is 56, which is Gary Goodyear, and he's now putting Anton Landon under considerable pressure. And that's now is the battle for second place.
Yeah, it is. There is Landon, and there is Goodyear right behind him. They navigate their way around that bollard. The leader is going to come through. He's going to have, I think, 2 more laps to go. Yes, he is, Lewis Ward, as we focus on the battle for second and third. And Goodyear gets a pretty good run out of the hairpin. He's going to draw alongside Anton Landon as they go over the line. He's got his nose in front, I think. He's on the outside line. but Gary Goodyear has taken second place away there from Anton Landen. Gary Goodyear not, I don't think, featuring on the points table so far this season.
That's a rear-engine car, and the Landen car is a front-engine car, isn't it? So different in concept. Landen now trying to tuck into the slipstream. He's not really close enough to do it, but Landen in the Sienna, named after the African moth, of course, and into Tower starts to pressure Goodyear again.
It's interesting, in Class A you can have either a front or a rear-engined car. In Class B it's only front-engine cars that you're allowed, and the Class B cars are just coming past our commentary box right at that moment, with actually Warren Vesey and Stuart Thompson right together now for the lead of Class B, so we'll try and keep an eye on that one. In fact, here they are now, and that's the problem for Stuart Thompson. He's got a deranged front end on his MK Indy. That's actually the car that Matthew Booth used to win the title in 2016, although in a different specification now. But you can't tell too much. You can see from that angle it looks like he's biffed the back of something and deranged the front nose cone.
Skew whiff, or as they say in Suffolk, on the her.
So that's going to give Warren Vesey the opportunity to go down the inside into Tower Corner. Not quite close enough. Can he get the cut back on the exit of the corner? No, I don't think he can. But the checkered flag, meanwhile, has gone out to Lewis Ward. Lewis Ward has taken the checkered flag, and Gary Goodyear second position. That's come a few seconds earlier than we expected, possibly with a couple of cars now having stopped out on track. So Ward the winner, Goodyear in second place, Landen in third. But let's keep an eye on this Class B battle, Marcus.
Yeah, they've got Vesey trying everything to get with his rival, isn't it? But the damaged car holds on, stuck in behind the one of the Mevs.
Yeah, that's Mickey Scott, 58.
It is 46. Vesey closes in on 30, which is Stuart Thompson. Dives up the inside. There's a lock up from Thompson on the outside. They're side by side round the hairpin, and as they come out, one slides, one gets on the grass, and it's going to be 46 Warren Vesey who gets through. Nigel Brown in the A-class car ducked past Stuart Thompson as well. So what a finish.
I think the only time that Warren Vesey led in Class B during that race was in the last 50
couple
yards.
Of 100 metres, I should put max.
Maybe 100, yeah. Not very far at all, and it was decided at their hairpin, and with Stuart Thompson getting off onto the grass, he of course had no grip, although as I think a former Speedway rider, that's something that he might have been used to. But nevertheless, a very good start to the live stream action here at Croft, the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. The win going to Lewis Ward. I'm not going to say he was gifted it by the retirement of Andy Hiley, because he was pushing really hard and setting personal best lap times, but Lewis Ward getting his first win in Sports Specials in that Westfield SEI from Gary Goodyear, and then Anton Landen and Paul Collingwood third and fourth, and the two Eclipse drivers Paul Boyd and Clive Hudson fifth and sixth. In fact, let's just run through those results now. Officially, Ward winning by 5.28 seconds in number 4 from 56 Gary Goodyear in second place. Landen was third in number 64 ahead of Paul Collingwood, fourth in 11, fifth to number 17 Paul Boyd, sixth was 15 Clive Hudson, seventh the Class C winner Stuart Much, in eighth place was number 76 David Hughes, ninth was 58 Mickey Scott, and rounding out the top 10 was number 46 Warren Vesey. A bit further back you've got Nigel Brown behind Vesey, who of course was the Class B winner. Then second in Class B was number 30 Stuart Thompson, and third in Class B was number 44 Marcus Roskell, with Brad Snow, the 65 car, which was Martin Hayward, I think, and Sylvia Much rounding out the cars that finished, with Andy Hiley, Darren Griffin and Alan Robinson failing to make it to the finish, Marcus.
That was absolutely a cracking race, and that final sort out for Class B, really quite something. But yeah, Lewis Ward, really good win, and say Hiley did break. They're pushing, Andy Hiley's pushing his car back down into the pits. I might just dive out there and find out, so I can catch up with him and see what happened.
Okay, I'll mute you, Marcus, so you can go and do that. Yes, it'd be interesting to know what the problem was for Hiley. It seemed to come on over the course of a couple of laps before he retired from the race, but you can see him there pushing his car in with the assistance of a couple of our fantastic marshals here at Croft Circuit. So hopefully in a few moments we'll be able to hear from our race winner Lewis Ward, also our Class B winner Warren Vesey, and our Class C winner Stuart Much. That's certainly the plan. We've got Tom Butterworth down in the pit lane for us doing the honours today and tomorrow here at Croft Circuit. Hopefully I'll get the signal to hand down to him in just a second. But a reminder that still to come, we've got plenty more action to come with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 race, the next to come at 1:45. But let's head down to the pit lane for the first time today and hear from Tom Butterworth.
Hello and welcome to the pit lane for the first time today. I am joined by overall race winner and Class A winner Lewis Ward. Lewis, tell us about that. It was a little bit fortunate, wasn't it? But you were hounding him all the way. So tell us a little bit, walk us through that race.
Yeah, I got initial really good launch off the start, and then I hit the limiter in first, and it dropped me back behind Andy, and then I saw him going off into the distance. Tried to stay with him best I could, and then as the race went on, he was starting to come back to me. I think the back markers were a bit more fortunate for me, and then he had a problem going down the back straight. Not too sure what it was, but yeah, hope it's okay. I hope he can get it out for the next race.
As do we. And like you say, he was coming back towards you. The gap did, as you say, extrapolate out, and then it came back towards you, and you were hounding him. And I thought, well, maybe another few laps, and you might be alongside.
Yeah, I don't know if that was on outright speed or whether he had a problem that was progressively getting worse. I'll have to look at the lap times, but yeah, I think it was the last lap or penultimate lap, I took a curve a bit hard and my mudguard was hanging off. So yeah, I was worried about getting the black and orange flag, but I thought if I just use another curb, hopefully it'll dislodge it, which is what I did, and thankfully it cleared.
Engineering while out on circuit as well.
That's it, yeah, as an engineer, so yeah, I should be able to.
Great stuff. Well, hopefully you can get that back in your possession and back out and everything later on. And
can I just say thank you to my sponsors, Lloyd Wager, he had an injury last week, hope he gets well soon, Doug Farley, Jam Farley, Nigel Wager, everyone that supported me, friends and family, thank you.
Great stuff, and congratulations again, Lewis. Thank you. So we're going to move on to class... in fact, we're going to go and find your Class B winner, who I'm struggling to find. So Warren Vesey. Hi Warren, how are you?
I'm good after that. Yeah.
How was the race? It looked exciting.
That was hard, very hard. Yeah, it was a tough race. It was good. Really enjoyed it. I think I've got to go and pay Stuart a bit of an apology because we got a bit close a couple of times, but very chuffed. Yeah.
Okay.
Slowly drew it back lap by lap and caught him, and then had him just at the end.
Yeah, it looked really good from where I was standing. I was on the side of the pit wall and watching every lap go by, and you can see you get a good view of the circuit here. So it looked like a really good battle going on.
It was definitely a good battle. Yeah. Let's hope the second was just the same.
Exactly. There's more to come from that as well. So thanks very much, and congratulations on your Class B win. And then we have Class C is Stuart Much. How are things there, Stuart?
Reasonably quiet actually. Good start. Made a few places up off the start, and then. Just settled down, got into it, checked my mirrors. Darren was far enough behind that I could just ease off a little bit, and the car was brilliant. The two guys spun in front of me, the Class A cars, so I got past them, tried to hold them up as much as possible, but we're not racing them, we're racing each other. So they got past, and I tried to keep with them as long as I could, and got some fast laps out of it. But yeah, it was a good race. It
did look fairly comfortable out front, even from where I was standing. But was it really that comfortable? You could just ease off a bit. I mean, how much were you easing off? And is there always the danger then that when you do start to ease off, you lose concentration and that kind of thing? Is that creeping into your mind?
Yes, definitely. You make silly mistakes when you lift and when you're not concentrating fully, and you outbrake yourself. You put a wheel on the grass, so you still have to be 100% concentrate. Otherwise, you lose the time, and the guy who's a couple of seconds behind you is right on you. So yeah, it's 100% concentration.
Okay, well, congratulations on your Class C win, and I will throw back to the guys for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials. That is all of your class winners. Thank you.
So up next at Croft, it's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, the third race of the day here, second that we're having for you on the live stream. And we've got a very good grid of cars for this fourth round of the F1000 Championship. Let's have a look at how the grid's going to line up. It was a disrupted qualifying session. Not everyone got a clear lap in, but on pole position it's the number 65 car of Matthew Booth, and alongside him is number 8, Dan Clues. Second row is 83 Matthew Higginson, and 80 Dan Gore is next to him. On the third row it's number 5 Rob Wellham and number 3 Thomas Westworth. On row 4, it's the 41 car of Billy Stiles and the veteran Paul Butcher at number 42. Alok Iyengar in 44 and Murphy Aldridge in 26 are on the 5th row. And on the 6th row, it's 88 Mark Betts and number 69 Eddie Falkingham. On the 7th row, we've got 24 Victor Newman and 12 Tom Gadd. He certainly didn't get a good run in qualifying. 33 Rob Bailey and 66 Max Windhauser are on the 8th row. And it's Chaos Cole in 73 and Andrew Wheels 67 on the 9th row. On the 10th row it's 14 Adam Walker and 95 David Tagg, and on the 11th and final row 98 Alex Tseo and 56, the reigning champion right at the back of the grid, that's Lee Morgan. Cars are off on their green flag warming up lap ahead of this 15-minute race for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Delighted to say that alongside me in the commentary box for this, the first of 3 F1000 races this weekend, have Elliot Mitchell, who was very much a championship contender last season. Unfortunately, engine issues and an injury have ruled him out from competing at the moment. But Elliot, good to have you with us here in the commentary box, and looking forward to this 15-minute F1000 race.
Yeah, very much so. Very much for having me. It should be a good one. Some surprising grid starts, such as Lee Morgan, and Gadd clearly didn't get a good lap because he's been on fire recently.
Yeah, he has. Tom Gadd leading the championship coming into this weekend. He had 2 victories at Silverstone last time out. The other one went to Matthew Booth, who is on pole position today. But the likes of Gadd, who's going to start 14th, and Morgan 22nd, they're both going to have a lot of overtaking to do, Elliot. How easy is that going to be around Croft?
It's not so difficult around Croft. There are trickier circuits. I mean, down the start finish, it's just a case of once you're alongside, who's got the biggest kahunas. So we shall see. It shall make for good viewing.
It certainly will. And these cars, what are they like to drive? 1000cc, they're very lightweight. Suzuki engines, most and a few Yamahas on the grid as well. But what are they like to drive?
Yeah, they're very quick. It's not the straight line speed that gets you. It's how they stick through the bends. They do allow for really close racing, sometimes too close. But yeah, they're epic.
Absolutely right. Quite great racing and good grids as well. More than 20 cars on the grid this weekend. Very competitive too. Pole position time for Matthew Booth was a 1:17.17, 0.6 of a second underneath his own lap record. That's an average of just under 98 miles an hour. That's quite phenomenal. Yeah, so we've got Booth and Dan Clues. He was the champion a couple of years ago, wasn't he, Dan Clues, in 2020?
Yes, he was. He's a very, very complete driver. He's Dan. Every area he is consistently quick. He's very tough to overtake, and he's just the complete package.
Absolutely. And Matthew Higginson, a newcomer to F1000 this season, he's going to line up on the inside of the second row, but he's got lots of experience with the 750 motor. Got a 4-time champion class outright in RGB, which is now called Sports 1000, and he's 5th in the championship coming into this weekend. And Dan Gore alongside him, the man that was now only denied the championship title last year by Lee Morgan in that showdown at Snetterton. 15 minutes on the clock then for this Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race. You can see that the green flag is being waved at the back. There is the 5-second board being shown. So the revs are starting to rise, the rev lights go on, and they go out, and away we go. And it's a pretty good start from the drivers on the front row of the grid. It looks like everyone's away pretty well. Chaos Cole a little bit slow away, but it's Clues and Booth side by side as they head down through the first couple of corners at Clerval and Hawthorne. Matthew Higginson is there in 3rd position. It's side by side for 4th and 5th between Dan Gore and possibly Rob Wellham as well. But it
contact there.
Yeah, a bit further back, but it looks like it's the 65 car of Matthew Booth leading. That's Wellham. He was slightly offline, so I think possibly he may have cut the chicane there. But it's Booth leading, Clues 2nd, Higginson 3rd, Wellham 4th, Dan Gore 5th, and Paul Butcher up to 6th from 8th on the grid as they head through Tower Corner on the opening lap. So they're making their way through the S's now, up towards Barcroft. And Then towards the double right-hander at Sunny. There you've got the number 3 car, that's Thomas Westworth, right in behind Paul Butcher. Thomas Westworth in his first season of racing. Paul Butcher's been racing F1000s for forever, pretty much, I think. And they're heading back towards the complex now, towards the completion of this first lap, and it's a first lap that's gone to plan by the looks of it for Matthew Booth, Elliot.
Yeah, indeed. Paul Butcher's going to be under pressure coming down into Clairvaux.
Yeah, he is. He's a little bit further back down the order in 6th place, but he's got that Thomas Westworth car, probably young 19-year-old from a car to right behind him. That's Rob Wellham. He was riding the curbs quite a lot there through Clairvaux. How much use of the curbs can you make in these F1000s, Elliot?
It's a fine line. Too much and it will spit you out, and they can suffer damage, especially with the open wheels.
One going very wide over the grass as well. And was that wasn't Paul Butcher under pressure, but we'll try and pick out who that was. You can see that Tom Gadd was up to 8th place on the opening lap, and Lee Morgan from the back of the grid up to 12th position already. So that's a great effort from both of those drivers, Elliot.
Yeah, immense start from Lee, that.
He is, of course, the reigning champion. He was also the title winner in 2013 as well. I think that's Morgan just alighted on there. There's the 24 car of Victor Newman, the French driver from Strasbourg, who's been racing in Sports 1000 for the past couple of seasons, switching to the Mattel Cars Run F1000 this season. Leeds already coming through to complete their second lap. Paul Butcher is, I think, down to 7th position, because Tom Gadd it is that has got past him. Yes, it is in the number 12 car. And we were just watching on screen, that's the 41 car of Billy Stiles. He was getting involved in a battle with Victor Newman and Matt Betts, I think. Fastest lap there as well for Matthew Booth, a 1:17.66, so he's already underneath his own lap record, so that's a really good lap.
He's pulling quite a gap out, actually.
He is, quite a gap over Dan Clewes in 2nd position. Dan was champion 2 years ago, didn't have such a good season last year. Also running in Sports 1000 this season as well. Higginson in 3rd and Dan Gore in 4th. But we're watching this battle involving 24 Victor Newman and 33 Rob Bailey for 12th and 13th positions, so a little bit further back down the order. But there's always a good battle to be found wherever you are in the field, isn't there?
Yeah, there seems to be. I mean, especially with so many on the grid, everybody seems to have their hands full at some point.
And that's Billy Stiles going up the inside of Matt Betts, and failing to take 14th position away, that would have been.
Dan Gore is closing the gap on Higginson.
He is, that's for 3rd and 4th position. We'll pick that up in a second on screen, I think, because that could be a tasty battle.
Tom Gadd is absolutely flying. I wouldn't be surprised if he betters Matt Booth's lap time, to be honest.
Well, you watch the screen in the bottom right-hand corner at any moment now. I think we're going to see a graphic. There it is, it pops up. Fastest lap, Tom Gadd.
Would you look at that?
You know what you're talking about, Elliot. You can come back.
I don't claim that.
1:17.59 for Tom Gadd, and he's there in 6th position. And
he's making a move on Wellham.
Yeah, we can see this on screen now into Tower Corner. He's up the inside. I think he's gone through. Trying to pick it up on the exit. Yes, there he is. He's the sort of white car with the blue longitudinal stripes. Wellham, the sort of purple car with the orange nose cone and orange rim. So Gadd has gone through. I mean, to get past someone like Wellham is a quick driver in his own right, isn't he?
He absolutely is. But Gadd, yeah, he just seems to be on a different level at the minute.
Yeah, had those 2 wins at Silverstone and a 2nd place as well behind Matthew Booth in the other race that we had at Silverstone. That was on the national circuit. Quite a different layout this weekend. A bit more to it. But making amends here for the issues that he had in race 1. 9 minutes or so left to go in this race. How high up the order do you reckon Tom Gadd can go here? He's 5th now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he can close on Gore quite quickly, and then he should get Higginson as well. I don't believe he'll get to Clewes, and even if he does get behind Clewes, his defence will be stern.
Lee Morgan up to 8th place as well now, as we're watching the battle for 3rd on screen. It's Gore up the inside of Higginson for 3rd place. He's a bit unsettled under braking, and the number 80 car of Dan Gore has gone through now. He's got that place away from Higginson.
No, he's not.
He was trying to get back, wasn't he? Trying to get that switch back at Tower. I mean, is that something you can do at Tower Corner? You can take different lines through there and get the move back on the 80?
Yeah, you can get alongside for the exit, and then it is just a case of once you're alongside, just got to be brave, stick it around the outside.
So Dan Gore in the Mattel cars run number 80 ahead of Higginson now in the number 83 car. He's also being run by Mattel cars, so they're teammates. There's Gadd, and he's not far behind them now, is he?
He is closing.
Looking at the lap times, he's done that 17.57. Higginson and Gore have both not got out of the 18s yet. So you would think Gadd here could get past these two in fairly short order.
I think he's not quite there yet.
He's done another fastest lap of 1:17.34 now.
Wow. Yeah, it'll definitely have a look down into Tower.
Yeah, I would think so. He's only a couple of car lengths behind Higginson in the mainly green machine, the familiar colours that we saw him racing in Sports 1000, or RGB as it was known then. Actually, he's not going to get a go into Tower,
I don't think he got a good exit out of Hawthorne through the chicane, actually. But
he's going to have plenty more time. There's still 7.5 minutes or so to go. He's going to have a go through the Jim Clark S's. That's a brave place to do it.
Round the outside, lovely.
Yeah, that's really well done. That is not one of the more obvious overtaking opportunities.
No, that is brave.
So he's up to 4th. And there is a little bit of a gap between himself and Dan Gore now. Dan Gore seems to have pulled away a bit from Higginson. So we'll see what he can do here. About 6/10 or so behind at the start of the lap. I think it might be a little bit more than that now. Wellham, you could just see in shot in 6th position a little bit in a race on his own at the moment. Gadd, of course, from a low-cost champion, switched to F1000 a couple of years ago. Didn't get a full season in last year, missed some rounds due to COVID, but did get several wins under his belt.
He did show promise last year. He had mechanical issues, and yeah, he did miss a weekend with COVID. But once he got that machine working, he was absolutely flying. Yeah,
24-year-old vehicle technician from Sleaford in Lincolnshire, run by Team Sellers Racing, who also ran in his low-cost days as well. So he's after Gore. The gap between them is just over a second. It was at the start of the lap. Then it's about 1.15 seconds between close in second and Gore in third. And Booth in the lead of this race, so he's 2.34 seconds ahead. Higginson there go through in 4th position. He's been chased by Weller now. It's about 3 seconds between them. Weller's been racing in this category for a few seasons now. He's had an odd win, but he's never had that sort of consistent run of success, has he?
No, he doesn't seem to. He's such a good driver in the wet. I think a number of his wins have come in the sopping wet. He's driven away at Snetterton a few times.
He has, hasn't he? Maybe it's one of those things. Booth's just come through to complete another lap, lap 7 by the way. And he's still out in front in car 65 from 8 Dan Close in second, 80 Dan Gore in third, 12 Tom Gadd fourth, 83 Matthew Higginson fifth, and number 5 Rob Wellham completing the top 6. The battle that we're looking at is a bit further back, 9th, 10th and 11th and 12th I think it is. It's headed by Paul Butcher, and he's just about heading into Clervaux Corner now with the 26 car of the teenager Murphy Aldridge right behind him. Oh, and a wheel has just come off one of the cars there. That's the Victor Newman car. That's just come straight off, and Victor Newman, hands on his helmet, thinking, what on earth has gone on there? I didn't quite see how that happened, or indeed where the wheel ended up. I hope it's not gone over the fence, but that's a scary moment there for Victor Newman, who of course is out of the race. Have you ever seen anything happen like that before?
Well, that is the price you pay if you take too much of those curbs.
Yeah, there's the wheel. It's fortunately ended up on the runoff area. It's not cleared the barriers, which is great news. But yeah, that's most unusual. See that. So he's exited that battle. So that leaves Butcher, Aldridge and Falkingham. But we're watching Gore and Gadd now on screen. They're right together. So it's Mattel Cars against TSR here as they go through the hairpin. And this is a crucial corner because this gives you the momentum for the straight run down to Clervaux, Elliot.
Yeah, this should be fairly straightforward. Gore showing him to the outside, but Gadd, no, he's held him off.
He has, hasn't he? I think Gaz thought, oh, and we've got a tangle here, actually just behind our commentary box, and that's between Eddie O'Folkingham and Billy Stiles. Now, not sure how that's happened, but two cars, the drivers getting out of them. You can see that Eddie Folkingham, the former Clio driver's out of his car. Billy Stiles is vacating his as well, but they've obviously tangled. Didn't quite see what happened there, though. So we're still watching this battle for third between Gore and Gad. They're just making their way out of Tower Corner, and again, Gad's carried good speed through the Jim Clark S's, but not enough this time to get the move done as they did on Higginson a few laps ago.
Oh, he's all over him now.
And there's going to be yellow flagged at the complex, of course, here. Is that going to be a problem? It's not really an overtaking place, is it?
No, you won't get past anybody there. Let's hope they all slow down.
And safety car coming out, so that's going to stymie his chances, I think, because there's only 3 minutes of the race left to go. But the safety car, I can see, yep, it's there at the pit lane exit. It's going to pick up Matthew Booth. He's got his hand out of the cockpit to acknowledge that the safety car's on circuit. Hopefully everyone will see that. But there's only 3 minutes left to go, Elliot, so I don't think we're going to get much more racing in here.
No, probably not. It is in an awful position, though, at Folkingham's car, so it is necessary.
On the other hand, though, it is very close for the marshals to be able to push in behind the barrier. So if they can do that quite quickly, we might get one more lap out of it.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, because I think there's actually a gap now where the marshals could get out and push that car in, unless that's also lost a wheel and can't be pushed or something like that. There's a handful of cars just moving out, so they're just waiting for those to clear, I think, before the marshals go out and try and recover that. If we can get one more lap out of it. Have you been in that situation where you've just had one lap green flag run to the checkered flag?
Yeah, and I usually fall down the order, to be honest with you. Fall asleep.
I could ask you what the secret is then to a good restart after a safety car.
I need to be asking others what the secret is, to be honest.
I guess the key though is to keep focusing in these safety car periods. I don't like the look of that recovery truck, because that's not going to clear things very quickly.
I think that's how race rules.
I suspect you might be right, which is a great shame for Tom Gadd.
Nevertheless, hell of an effort.
Yeah, no, it was great because he's climbed from 14th to 4th. I was just checking the rules on this. The grid for the next race, set by the results of race 1, but with the top 10 positions reversed, basically. So as things stand, that would actually put Murphy Aldridge on pole position ahead of Paul Butcher, and Matthew Booth down in 10th place. And Gadd would be 7th, which is an improvement on race 1, and certainly something he can progress from there. So marshals, yes, they are at the scene of the incident behind us, but I think it's going to need the intervention of the rescue vehicle, the recovery vehicle, to recover that car. So I suspect, with only 1 minute on the clock anyway, it will be checker flag at the end of this lap. Elliot, so it's never a particularly happy way to finish a race behind a safety car, is it?
No, there was plenty of action though. I do think you're right. I think Ed's got some front end damage, so maybe they weren't able to push it off.
Yeah, that would be, I'm sure if they could have done, they would have done, because they were both a matter of just yards away from the barriers. And if the cars hadn't been indestructible, we could have pushed them behind them. I'm sure they would have done. But we'll just wait for them to come through and take the checkered flag. Of course, it's 3 race format that the drivers have in F1000 for all of the rounds this season. Do you like having the 3 races over a weekend, Elliot? Is that something that works well for the drivers?
Yeah, the reverse grid as well. It provides some really, really interesting racing, especially when you've got the quick guys starting 8th, 7th, 6th, and the guys in front aren't necessarily that much slower.
No. So
they do have to work to get past those cars.
It's not straightforward,
no,
is it?
not at all.
No. So that adds a little bit of spice to it. I guess the sort of downside, if you are having reliability issues or anything like that, then it means if you sort of get off to the weekend on the wrong foot, it can just go horribly downhill, can't it?
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, checker flag is being waved as well. There was that car of Victor Newman to recover as well, of course, from Clervaux Corden, as well as the 2 down here. So there's the checker flag. The win goes to number 65, Matthew Booth. 2nd place goes the way of number 8, Dan Clears. 3rd place, number 18, Dan Cole. 4th, Tom Gadd. 6th, number 5, Rob Wellham. So, just looking at the championship standings there. Touching over the boots. He gets into the lead of the championship. They have not worked all of that out. Gad 4th, what does he get for that? Oh, I think Gad will still hold on to the championship lead, isn't he?
Just about.
My reckoning. There's 2 wins apiece for those 2 drivers now, and probably you'd say that they are going to be 2 of the favourites for the championship this
Absolutely,
season.
absolutely, yeah. But like we spoke about earlier, it is a case of reliability as well.
One of the drivers that's well up in the championship, not here this weekend, that's Ben Powney. He's supporting his wife Beck, who's running the Edinburgh Marathon this weekend. So I think it's his turn to act as support crew rather than the other way around. But best of luck to Beck in her running endeavours.
Well, we know where's the trousers there now, don't we?
I'm glad you said that. He's someone who's not going to sort of necessarily stay in championship contention, but if Wellham can get a couple of wet meetings that would suit him, he's one to watch. And obviously Lee Morgan as well. He's came through to 7th in the end there, but we know how quick he is.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I'll be surprised if he wasn't taking runs at some point this season. And for yourself, I mean, I know that last season you were contending for the championship until engine issues sort of struck, but it's sort of an injury that's keeping you out now. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just a crash we had a few years ago. Just a recurring injury now. Just need to fix it and get back out there as soon as possible, but obviously not rush the process.
You're saying the cars are ready to go, it's just that the driver's not fit to drive it at the moment.
That is absolutely right.
Well, we wish you the best of luck with your recovery, and hope to see you out before too long. Let's just give you a rundown on the results then. 65 Matthew Booth was the race winner, from number 8 Dan Clues in 2nd place. 80 Dan Gore took 3rd position, ahead of number 12 Tom Gadd. 4th, 5th number 83 Matt Higginson, 6th number 5 Rob Wellham, 7th was number 56 Lee Morgan, 8th number 3 Thomas Westworth, 9th was 42 Paul Butcher, and rounding out the top 10 the teenager Murphy Aldridge, 26. But it was Mark Betts in 11th place, Rob Bailey in 13th, 33. 13th was number 14 Adam Walker, 14th 66 Max Vintaz, then Alok Yengar in 15th in 44. And Kales Cole, I think the only other finisher, with Victor Newman joining Eddie Folkingham, Billy Stiles, Alec Tseo on the list of retirements. Just see if there was any more as well. Yes, there was. David Tagg also failing to make it very far in that race. So that's F1000. They've got 2 more races during the course of this weekend. They're out again right at the end of this afternoon, and again for their 3rd and final race tomorrow. We'll look forward to seeing them then. There you can see on screen the cars preparing for the next race. That's the Formula V, so we're staying with single-seater action next. But we can go down to the pit lane now and hear from our race winner, and he's going to speak to Tom Butterworth.
Okay, so we're here with your round 4 of the F1000 Championship. Final placings on the rostrum, and it is Matthew Booth taking the win. Look fairly comfortable there at the front, Matthew. I know it's hard work in these things, but you did look fairly comfortable at the front. How was it for you?
It's always hard work, and especially with Dan chasing me down. It reminds me of 2019. But yeah, I luckily got a great start. Dan was on my left, and he was going to try and go for it into the first corner, but because I had the inside line, matched him on the brakes and managed to keep it, and then I had to just absolutely go for it to get that gap before he could get a chance into tower, and just keep pulling it away, and then I think my second lap was my fastest, and then I'd used the tyres, and it was just trying to keep it up there from there on and make sure he just didn't keep catching me.
We saw a couple of fastest laps go in, and then they started to go to other people, and yeah, it was starting to come together a little bit. Were you thankful that the checker flag came when it did, or were you still feeling comfortable as it looked?
I was happy as it was, but when that safety car comes out and you know it's near the end of the race, I was just thinking, no, he's got to checker it now, and yeah, it just brings the heart rate down for the last few laps when safety car happens. But yeah, I was still pushing. I think I could have held the gap, but I saw him all the way there, just in that same point in my mirror at every corner. I knew he weren't leaving me, so yeah, I kept having to push every time.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations, and we've got 2 more rounds to go for the weekend, so looking forward to repeat, maybe even a hat-trick of wins. That's got to be the goal, hasn't it?
It's always the goal, but with the reverse grids, I've got to start 10th in the next one, so we'll see how that goes, but yeah, it's all fun.
Be a tough job, but you never know, do you?
I'll give it my best.
Great stuff. Thanks very much. So we'll move on to second place. So that's Dan Clowes. Dan, how was that for you?
This championship doesn't get any easier, does it?
It certainly doesn't. It's very, very close and always has been.
It is really close. The pace is really hot. I think Matt obliterated his lap record this morning in qualifying. I was underneath it as well, and I think maybe one other. And then the pace in the race was super hot as well. I thought I got a chance into the first corner with Matt. We sort of drag raced down there, and but he just got the inside line on me.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the lap record was broken in that race as well. So, yeah, like you said, pace really, really hot. So, 2 more races to go for the weekend. And as Matt said, the reverse grid now for... So, you're going to be going off P9?
I'll be P9, yeah. I'll be P9 later on this afternoon. So, that's going to be hard work because there's 8 really good guys in front of me. And then Matt behind as well. So, it's not going to be easy.
Great stuff. All right, well, thank you very much for that and good luck for the rest of for the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so moving round now, so we have Dan Gore in 3rd place. Dan, what was that like for you?
First of all, I should say hello to my mum if she's watching. She's been trying to wrestle her way onto YouTube all morning, so I hope she made it. That was a good race. About 20 minutes before the start, I didn't think we were going to be out there. We had trouble with the engine. That's what we pulled out qualifying for. Didn't think we'd be able to solve it, but Mittel did a fantastic job to get the car out, so I had to get my race mindset on quickly. A bit of a touch with Rob Wellham at the start, I think just 50-50, I think the cars are okay. And then, yeah, got past Rob, got past Matt, and then I could see Tom looming in my mirrors, so I was actually quite glad to see the safety car and hope, like Matt, that he was going to finish under it.
That's right. Tom was coming up through the field quite quickly as well. So yeah, probably a little bit of a sigh of relief from yourself there. But going off P7 in the next race, what do you think you can do from there?
Still not sure where the pace is, to be honest, this weekend, because I didn't have much running yesterday, didn't have much running this morning, so I think I can run with the quick guys, so I was about the same pace as these two, I think. So, yeah, the first lap will be the usual adventure, and then see where we all shuffle out and try and move forward again.
Well, the pace definitely isn't too bad if you're already on the rostrum this weekend, so that's something to reward your mum's efforts with for getting onto YouTube and being able to watch us. So well done to you, and congratulations on your podium.
Great, thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I will throw back up to the commentary box. Next up, we have the Martins Group Formula V.
Yes, the Martins Group sponsoring the Formula V Championship for the balance of the season. And a very big grid of cars that we have for this second event of the year for the Vs. They've already been in action this season, I should say, at Donington Park, where Craig Pollard took a double race victory. Let's have a look at the grid then for this 15-minute race, first of 2 this weekend for these cars. And it's going to be on pole position, the number 92 car of Craig Pollard, the man who took that double win at Donington Park, and alongside him will be the number 2 car of Danny Hands. On the second row, it's going to be number 33, Matt Harbert, number 10, Bill Wob-Garner. On the third row, 41 and 6, 41 is going to be Andrew Cooper, and 6, Tim Probert. Row 4, that's going to be 50, Formula V veteran now, Steve-O, and 3, and even more of a veteran because he's been racing in this since 1991, Ian Jordan. Row 5 is number 99, Craig Bell, and number 16, James Madden. On the 6th row, it's 51, Matthew Hyde, and 43, Vaughan Jones. On to row 7, Elliot Mason in 17, and 56, Christian Goller. There we go. On the 8th row, it's 11, Ben Cressy, and 42, James Huckle. And then on row 9, it's Ian Buxton in 69 and Francis Twyman 88. Row 10 has number 1, the reigning champion James Harridge, well back on the grid, alongside 44 Stephen Bailey. Mark Egan, number 75, is on the inside of row 11, next to number 7 Richard Walsh, but both of them are in striving qualifying. Row 12, 66 Philip Wardhouse and 21 Adam Zieber. On the 13th row, it's 64 Sam Walbank and 65 Simon Livesey, ahead of Matt Topham, 47, and Peter Cann, number 80, on the 14th row. The 15th row, 34 Alan McKenna, and 13 Rachel Swain. And the 16th and final row is going to be 59 Chris Wilshire, and 72 Colin Gregory. So that's the way the grid lines up. It was quite a disrupted session with various yellow flags and safety cars, so not a lot of opportunity for drivers to set quick times, and in the little time there was for running not under a yellow flag, there were a few drivers having incidents of various kinds. So we'll see if there are any gaps on the grid when they get there, but Marcus Pye's rejoined me in the commentary box. Marcus, good to see such a healthy field of Formula V's. 32 of them out there, we know.
Very much so. What's really odd is, of course, the misconception is that Formula V started in Germany, home of the VW Beetle, but it actually started in the States, where the US VW agent in Florida, Hubert Brundage, kicked it off, and I think the American manufacturer Beach was commissioned, Gene Beach commissioned to produce a few cars. Also some came from Europe as well to join a sort of American series. But Formula V came to Britain in 1967, 2 or 3 weeks before Formula Ford kicked off in July of that year. And the very first race won by Jenny Naden, later Jenny Birrell. And that was at Silverstone. And the publicity from that gave it a bit of a kick-start, but I guess Formula Ford was always going to take over here. It's a little bit more conventional, the cars, and but V continues to be strong with the air-cooled flat 4 engines, and look at the fantastic state-of-the-art V is the 92, which is Craig Pollard with the WEV, the worm's eye view, that Graham Gamskip driven for many years.
Yeah.
He's running it for Craig, isn't he, this year? It's a great bit of kit.
Yeah, Graham won the championship in that car in 2019. James Harris has won the championship for the last 2 years, but Pollard himself won the championship previously in a GAC.
In a GAC, yeah.
So we've got a quick car paired with probably the best car on the grid, objectively, at this stage, and he's so far proven an unbeatable combination. 2 victories at Donington Park, I say. As far as the championship's concerned, it's on 51 points. Andrew Cooper 38. He's had a third and a fourth. Third of the choice, Matt Harbour. He's had fourth and a fifth. The other 2 drivers to get second places at Donington were Craig Bell. He's fourth in the points, and James Harridge, the reigning champion. He's sixth, although he only finished one of the races there. And I note that he is starting well back 19th. On the grid, well back on the grid here. So yeah, he's clearly had some dramas in qualifying. And
now they've got the 2. Of course, remember in qualifying this morning, one of the air snorkels feeding the carburetors was pointing completely the wrong way.
Right, yes.
Which I guess isn't going to help the induction.
No, that's absolutely right. And just checking social media to see if I could glean any more information as to what may have caused that, but there was also a lack of green flag running in that.
And his father qualified out of session in the other Maverick.
Yeah, as he is there on the back of the grid, isn't he? So he has got in as a reserve. So 1 or 2 drivers have pulled out of it, with various dramas during the course of that.
We've got an Australian driver on the grid, Alan McKenna, Aussie, who based in London, who runs a brewery. The brewery's based in the north of England.
Okay.
I'm told, and he's in the Andrew Crichton Scarab Mark II. So yeah, it's out yesterday in testing.
Yeah, it's an interesting relative newcomer. Got a mixture of experienced hands and relatively newcomer drivers here. Pollard and Hans on the front have got lots of experience between them. Pollard having won the championship, as we said, in 2018, Hans in 2008, and then he had quite a long layoff before returning in 2018, and he's been second in the championship 4 successive years since then, 18, 19, 20 and 21. The first 3 of those years in a GAC, latterly in the AHS Dominator, so run by Alan Harding as a eponymous concern. That's the class from their green flag lap. But you sense that Danny Hans will be keen at some point to change that second position he's had for the last 4 years into a first. Once again, in qualifying, not that we read a lot into these lap times, I don't think he's 1.91 seconds behind Pollard. We'll see if
I think that's a bit of a red herring, isn't it?
I think so. Matt Harbour is on the second row of the grid on the inside. number 33. He's the driver from Markfield in Leicestershire, and a podium, I think it was at Brands Hatch, last season. Yes, he was second, first of the rest of Brands Hatch last year, finished 9th in the points, so he's having a good strong weekend. And Belgana, or Wom as he prefers to be known, he's going well in the number 10 car, the TWR Shane, the logistics manager from Wisbech.
The Shane's made in the depths of Ireland. David Shane and the family over there built cars for many years in the Wicklow Mountains.
And Bill actually started racing in 1984 in gearbox karts.
Good effort to get a B-class car up there into fourth on the grid.
We do often see one right up there, but it's usually James Harridge.
Exactly.
He and the car, the Maverick, are a bit special. But he's been runner-up in Class B a couple of times as well. Then row 3, you've got on the inside 41, Andrew Cooper, the lawyer from St Edmunds. He's in another of the Alan Harding dominators. And then beside him is number 6, Tim Probert, another long-time campaigner and a local driver as well from Richmond, just down the road here in the Storm Bowls.
Yeah, beautiful little town, Richmond. It's home of the Green Howards Army Regiment.
So you've got Tim Probert 6th. Steve O, he's also been around Formula V for more than 20 years now. The Dominator SDV, another Yorkshireman from Shipley, car number 50. And Ian Jordan then next up, he is on the outside of the front, car number 3, the 53-year-old Audi diagnostic technician from Tunbridge in Kent, in the Shane Jordan, the car that used to be known as the Gen V, but so much work over the last 15 years or so has done on it by Ian's father Dave, the team. We can't really call it the Gen V anymore. It's I suppose a sort of Tricker's Broom kind of effort now. It's the same origins, but not the same car that it was when Mike Genvie took it to the championship.
Mike Genvie, son of Richard Genvie, the great motorsports racer of the 1970s.
Yeah. And he was winning those championships in the mid-2000s, wasn't he, Mike Genvie?
Intrigued by the 99 car, Craig Bell, with the HS Dominator VST with the dorsal fin.
Yes.
Over the engine cover.
Craig went well at Donington, second place in one of the races there. Possibly one of the surprise packages of that weekend.
There's a Ray out there as well, 75 on the grid. Mark Egan, the Ray. Ray won the Ray chassis derived from a Formula Ford, won the championship. Martin Brown, way back, of the Kentish racers.
5-second boards about to be shown. Then Craig Pollard on pole today, but he's going to start 17th tomorrow. So this is the race when he really needs to get some points under his belt. Red lights go on, and they go out. Away they go. Then pretty even start from the two of them on the front row. A good start by Ian Jordan as well, I can see. They've all got away safely, but it's the yellow car with its nose in front. So that's Craig Pollard from Danny Hands at the moment. I think possibly Tim Probert is that up into third place in the Storm. It looks like it might be. Oh, and off! There's two of them off. One Garner and 33 is Matt Harbert as well. So it's the two drivers from the second row off into the barriers. They've tangled on the way into Hawthorne. So we've already lost two cars, I'm afraid, towards the front of this race. That means there's quite a gap opened up between the first two and a third place car, which is Tim Probert, with Ian Jordan in fourth. And there's James Harridge coming through.
Yeah, he's coming through well. Egan, was it Egan on the outside? No, it was the Bell on the outside, wasn't it? The black car with the dorsal fin. But here they are, and it's the lead that is Craig Pollard from Danny Hands. Yellow and the red lights come on because there are two cars in the wall at Hawthorne.
Yeah, red flags.
Unexpectedly, they have been flown.
Yes, obviously too much work to be done there, but behind the safety car, and the medical car I can see is on its way. But both drivers are out. Matt Harbert on the left and Bill Garner on the right. Off your screen, you can see Matt Harbert's quite a tall lad. And I remember he had a nasty incident at Brands Hatch as well last year. So it's been in the water a little bit. We didn't see how that accident originated, or that incident originated. We just saw the sort of ending of it as the car.
All very tight. I saw one of the cars sort of in the middle of that lead pack go a little bit wide, and of course then have to sort of filter in, don't they? But I'm not saying which one of the two was involved, but there's always a chain reaction when things like that happen. They certainly charged off down towards Clervaux, and the order into Clervaux was fine, really nicely controlled. So 92 then comes back onto pole position. Great mix of cars in Formula V, lots of different chassis types, which is always good to see.
Absolutely. Because that red flag came on the opening lap, we'll go back to the original grid and possibly have a slightly reduced race distance. Work now is for the marshals to just try and get everyone gridded as they should have been. It's always better when this happens when you go back to the original grid, because you don't have to wait for the timekeepers to issue a new one.
Yeah, the marshals have the piece of paper.
That's
made them
already.
into paper aeroplanes. But here they come. Oh dear, yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, that's disappointment for Bill Garner.
That's done a fair amount of damage to both ends of that car, which
Yeah. So plenty to offer as well. So the marshals will encourage them all into their correct positions for the restart of this race, which will come.
so unusually far down the field is Ian Buxton with the Daghorn. Daghorn was, of course, the great Mac Daghorn, who raced cars back in the 60s. A great air-cooled Formula V expert in terms of building the engines. He was part of the Felday engineering team down in Surrey with Peter Westbury, the double British Hill Climb champion, who went on to compete in Formula 2 and also in one Formula 1 event, called up by BRM, I think, as a replacement driver. And Mac Daghorn, even in his very, very later years, was called up by Renault to do development work on their Formula 1 engines. So a really well respected guy. He was a Channel Islander, was Mac Daghorn. So also in the field, yes, we've got the Wev on pole, the Worm's Eye View. We've got plenty of AHS dominators. The Shane, unfortunately, the top Shane's gone. Storm as well. A few of those, in fact, down the order, led by Tim Probert, the local man in 6. And what else do we have in the way of chassis? We've got 2 Mavericks, which is a bit of a novelty this year. We've only had one. Leastone, another of the Irish marks like Shane. And surprised I didn't see more Leastones, because there were quite a lot of them. And that was Paul Heavy's team over in Kilmeague. The Ray, developed from a Formula Ford car. Bert Ray was the guy behind that manufacturer, but who worked for the Checkered Flag, running Formula 2, Formula 3 cars back as a fabricator back in the 1960s, became Crosley's London agent, the Northern Ireland manufacturer, and then built his own cars. And his son Gavin, who runs it these days. We've got, of course, the one-off Filari Tasso, which used to be called an Ari at one point. It's the Filari now. But that's there with Phil Waterhouse. We've got Adam Zieber, the Polish driver in the field. We've got the Australian Alan McKenna, and plenty of others in that mix as well.
Yeah, I think Mark, the circuit's being cleared now, and yeah, we're into the minutes to go countdown position, so we're going to get another green flag lap. So that's actually been fairly efficiently dealt with that instant.
There is the green flag, and away they go.
So this is another exciting lap, warm-up lap, call it what you will.
I don't think the air-cooled engines particularly enjoy sitting on a grid for a while stationary. They probably get some heat sink into them, and that might cause them to splutter a little bit. But remarkable, really, that you know, the engine that originated back in the 30s, effectively, is still going strong.
It's like mind-boggling when you think of it.
I think they've designed with about 12 horsepower or something. And,
yeah.
These now I think they're around 100, aren't they?
Something like that, maybe a smidge under. But yeah, as you say, Formula V racing more than 50 years old.
And they've still got the front beams, the front suspension beams, which effectively came off the Beetles.
That's right. So Harwich has got a bit of work to do again, hasn't he? He's made a good start. He's back down to 19.
Yeah, it was interesting. I noticed as he went round, he was sort of trying to get some heat into everything, and the car. I think the Maverick is quite twitchy, but I think it's designed to be.
Yes.
So it's a bit like an aerobatics plane. You've got to make it move around, and James has the reactions to be able to take that. It fires itself into the apex, and it's just the way he likes to drive it.
Yeah, you suspect that actually if someone else got into that car who wasn't
They would
used to that,
flounder.
they would indeed. Yeah, so it's very much a marriage for Harwich and the Maverick. You would see.
Marriage for habit of Harwich and his carriage.
So, 15-minute race ahead of us then for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Welcome them on board as sponsors for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a big multi-mark group. The big branch in Basingstoke where my family still lives. Old Basing, near Basing House.
So Pollard is going to line up on the front row, number 92, alongside 41 Danny, alongside number 2 Danny Hans. The 41 car is Andrew Cooper, who's got himself slightly out of position on the green flag lap. But Cooper's effectively going to be third because
we don't have 33 or 10.
That's it.
Harbert or Garner who were involved in the race stopping incident.
That's right. So we'll see if he or Tim Probert, who made a good start anyway, didn't he, can steal a march on the rest of the field. You can see on screen, for those of you watching on the live stream, the yellow web of Craig Pollard on the left-hand side of your picture, the blue AHS Dominator of Daniel Hans on the right-hand side of your picture, closest to the pit wall. Last cars are in position. Green flag is waved and the 5-second board is shown. So, once again, the drivers watch for the lights. The red lights go on. And they go out. Away we go. Not a good stop from the 88. Francis Twyman's not got away initially, but he does now, and I think everybody avoids him, I'm pleased to say. So down towards Clairvaux for the first time goes Craig Pollard in the lead of this race. In second place it's Danny Hans. In third place it's Tim Probert. It looks like Andrew Cooper is fourth. And James Harwich has made up a bucket full of places already. He's, I think, up inside the top 10 already. We'll try and count how many places up the field he is.
I think he is 10th.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half now as he gets past one on the way down towards Tower Corner. So he's made up several places there. That's Andrew Cooper we can see going through. And there's Harwich just on the right hand side of the shot going through there. 51 as well is the car of... I'm trying to work out who 51 is. No, that's Matthew Hyde, isn't it? So he's lost a little bit of ground rather than going forward. But a great first half a lap for James Harridge, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. He's absolutely top of his game, isn't he, always? And once they got some reliability, they had a problem for a long time because of a fairly weak engine. But they got that kind of sorted, and he's always there or thereabouts. Such a tenacious character. And they've come through the little complex, and it is 92. Craig Pollard ahead, 2 Danny Hans, 6 is Probert in the Storm, and it's Cooper. 6th now, challenging Ian Jordan, is the Maverick of James Harridge, and Harridge gets that place coming out of the hairpin, but then goes backwards. Just hasn't got the speed in a straight line.
Ooh.
He's got problems. He's broken.
Yeah, hand in the air.
Oh no.
Oh, it's happened so. Oh, and look how disappointed he is. He is so upset that once again his car has let him down, and he's going to have to pull off. There's nothing else for it. But James Harridge's title defence does not look like it's going to get off the ground this season. So it's Pollard leading, Hans 2nd, Probert 3rd, Cooper in 4th position, Ian Jordan 5th, Steve O is 6th, Christian Goller is 7th. 8th is James Madden, I reckon, as they head into Tower Corner for the 2nd time. Showing us a 15-minute race on our screen. We'll see if it's actually flagged a little bit early, because it was restarted, of course. There's the 66 car, which is Phil Waterhouse in the Ferrari Tasso. Just seeing where he made his way up to on the first lap. He was in 18th position.
A good little tussle of these Gacks in here, and then in 99 is Craig Bell. Gacks were all the rage at one point, weren't they? Won a few championships, Gack drivers.
They did. Certainly did. Craig Pollard, Martin Farmer.
Martin Farmer won in the 40th anniversary year, didn't he?
Did, yes. Danny Hans and Martin Galpin also winning in Gacks.
Well, Pollard's just pulling away now from Hans. Here's the battle with the Red Storm, which is Tim Probert, who is holding off Andrew Cooper. Pollard has the fastest lap, a 1:31.24. 1:31.24. And how does that compare with the lap record? And
very favourably.
Inside it
Yes.
by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, so Pollard there breaking his own lap record from 12 months ago. That was when he was driving the GAC, though. This is his first season racing the WEV. Now here's a fight. This is for 3rd place. Tim Probert has Andrew Cooper right behind him. Cooper looking to the right-hand side. Down the inside he goes into Tower Corner, but not quite brave enough, I don't think, to make it all the way through there. So tucked back in behind Probert, who has been a race winner in the Formula V in the past. Always have the best of fortune here at his local track.
That's right, through that Jim Clark S is fantastic, isn't it? Down to Barcroft and Sunny. That's a sort of straight line down to Sunny Inn, and you can really work on the exit of the corner. The entrance speed is not that important, but it's the exit onto the infield section where you're going to make time and carry speed. You can see there 51 was quicker through that complex. That's Matthew Hyde in the AHS GAG. I think they're in the middle of the group there.
Yeah, so that's Hyde ahead of O now, I think, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
so he's made up a couple of positions on this lap.
31.18 for Pollard, a new lap record again.
Yeah, getting quicker all the time.
600ths trimmed. That's consistent for you.
So that's the Christian Goller battle heading its way over the line. So it's Goller now to 6th and Matthew Hyde 7th. Those are the two drivers to improve on the last lap. There you've got Steve O and James Madden in the number 16 GAC for the driver who's only in his 2nd season of racing, the commercial direct from Dublin, James Madden.
Yes, he hopped over the curb, notably there at Turbo. Also out over the curb onto the grass there was the 56 car by the looks of things.
It's Christian
Goller, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And he's made up good ground as well, hasn't he? From 14th on the grid.
Steve O's bustling back down the inside of the blue GAC there of James Madden.
Yeah, and the other car involved there was Craig Bell, who was on the podium at Donington Park last month. So, some good scraps going on here. It's the dominator. So the first and third car in that group. There's Probert, there's Cooper still behind him, but they're all a long way behind the first two now. Oh, there's a car I can see out of our window, and there it is on screen, that's spun. That's the 34 car of Alan McKenna. I think that's the driver you were mentioning earlier on. Mark's the Australian, based in London, but with a business, a brewery up here in the north. He's had a spin at the exit of Tower. 8.5 minutes, or possibly a little bit less, left to go. Pollard leading by 6.17 seconds, but there's the battle for third position, just going into Clairvaux. It's the Tim Probert car, number 6, and 41, Andrew Cooper. In actual fact, they were in a different order, as you can see on screen, over the line by 100th of a second. Cooper was ahead, but Probert had the line to claim the position into Clairvaux, importantly.
Yeah, been really good scrap, aren't they? Those two, and up towards Tower Corner. Again, very important to get the speed out of that towards the Jim Clark S's and to carry it through, which means turning in quite late, keeping the car to the left-hand side of the track as they see it, to open up the right-hander down to Barcroft and to Sunny.
There we are at Sunny now then. These two are about 16-17 seconds behind the race leader Craig Pollard, which tells you what a phenomenal pace he's setting. He's done a 131, a low 131 at that. Cooper and Probert, their best were 134 and a 135 respectively, and that gives you a really good idea of the kind of pace that Pollard's demonstrating this weekend. So this is third and fourth on screen. They in turn are about 3 seconds ahead of the next battle. Can Cooper get a good run up and over the line as he did on the previous lap on Tim Probert?
He's sort of in the slipstream, isn't he? But is he quite close enough? I sense he may not be.
No, I don't think he is.
Swinging to the outside, you've got to go a longer route round into the corner, into Clairvaux. And that time's must be very, very similar.
Yes. What have they done on that lap? A 136.42 for Probert, 136.72 for Cooper. Cooper's having another go at him though, along the stretch into Tower. He's going around the outside. He's going to outbrake himself. That was the danger.
Yeah, he came up very fast, but he couldn't make it to the apex because there was a red car between him and it.
Yes. And so he's took back in behind, and I think that might have cost him a little bit of time. But interesting to see if the next two can get on terms, which is now Matthew Hyde ahead of Ian Jordan. So that's just changed there. Hyde's made up a couple more positions. He's got ahead of Christian Gorham as well on the previous lap. So this is a really good performance from young Matthew Hyde, the 16-year-old student in his first season of racing in karts, having done quite a lot of kart racing. And Matthew as well, as we mentioned before, is also type 1 diabetic, so he has that extra problem to overcome in his racing as well. So really good display this from Matthew Hyde in his first season of racing. But we continue to watch this battle for third between Cooper and Probert. Probert is ahead at the moment, but I wonder if they might be caught. I was going to say before the end of the race by Hyde, but they've now got the last lap board. Of course, it is a shortened race, this, because of the stoppage originally.
Yeah, that's right. So it's going to go all the way, this little tussle, isn't it? And the leader is already down in the Jim Clark S's as we watch the next group. And 51, as you say, is trying to make some ground still. Matthew Hyde, who qualified 11th. Is now running in a very fine 5th.
He is the third fastest driver out there. He's lapping faster than Probert or Cooper, who were side by side into Tower Corner that time. Worked out much as it has done on the previous few laps though, but another lap or two, and I think Hyde could really challenge him. I think he's going to run out of time with the last lap board already having been shown though. And Craig Pollard actually already into the complex for the final time. We'll see if we can pick him
with
up.
him.
He is. He's got about a third of a lap left. Craig Pollard, you can see out of my commentary box window, is out of the hairpin for the final time. He's coming up to the line to take the checkered flag. So Craig Pollard is that wins round 3, and it's won all 3 of the rounds so far in the Masters Group Formula V Championship. Second is going to go the way of Danny Hands. But who's going to be third? Well, here's the battle. And Probertman's a little bit deeper for into the first part of the complex there. Hyde is with them now for third and fourth position. Been a really good drive this. Got on terms with Andrew Cooper, and he might snatch fourth place from Andrew Cooper as they have the drag race to the line. Now, I don't think he's quite going to do it, or is he? Not quite as they go to the line.
It was really well thought out. He did the right thing. He went really deep into the corner, turned back hard, and got the power on early, which brought him up his front wheel alongside the rear. But it wasn't going to be, and he still finishes an honourable fifth.
Yeah, and he did improved his own lap time on the last lap as well, a 1:34.41, so comfortably the third fastest driver out there. So very good performance. We'll see more of Matthew Hyde during the course of this season. I think the rest of the field coming through to complete their races. There's Phil Waterhouse just getting across the line in 18th positions at the end of a 7-lap restarted race for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Because it was a reduced race, we didn't really have too much in the way of traffic to worry about during the course of that race either, despite the phenomenal pace that Craig Pollard was setting. And it was a really good pace, wasn't it? A 1:31.18, to be effectively more than 7/10 under his own lap record mark. So that's quite special, isn't it?
Super special, and yeah, good effort. I'm just looking to see what happened to Ian Buxton.
Good question.
Because I don't remember seeing much of him. He finished 12th.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, he did.
Looking into the timing system.
Well, let's have a look at those results. Actually, we can talk about that again in a sec. But Craig Pollard, the winner, number 92, 13 seconds the victory margin in a 10-minute race, basically, over number 2 Daniel Hands. Third place, number 6 Tim Probert. Fourth, 41 Andrew Cooper. Fifth was 51 Matthew Hyde. Sixth, number 3 Ian Jordan. 7th, 56 Christian Goller. 8th was number 16 James Madden. 9th, number 99 Craig Bell and Steve Owen. 50 round out the top 10. A bit further back, you got Elliot Mason. I think he won Class B in the end. And then Ian Buxton, who we were just talking about, in 12th place in 69. And 13th was 43 Vaughan Jones. 14th was 11th Ben Cressy. And 15th, 44 Stephen Bailey. And Puckle, Gregory Waterhouse, Livesley and Topham rounding out the top 20. And then the rest of them, I think we can ignore the one in 30th, but Sam Wolpank, Richard Walsh, Twyman, Can, Swain, Egan, McKenna, Wiltshire and Harwich. I think all bar Harwich actually did make it, and make it all the way to the checkered flag after the restart. But you were just saying about Ian Buxton, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's been a race winner over many years in Formula V. He's been absolutely passionate about V racing for a very long time. He qualified 17th, and of course that became net 15th when the 2 cars failed to take the restart. But he only made 3 places from there, which signifies that something's not quite right.
It certainly does, yeah. A slightly anonymous race. You usually notice a race in which Ian Buxton is competing with.
He normally makes his presence felt, put it that way.
He does. So Formula V's, they're back out tomorrow for their second race of their double-header weekend, and we look forward to seeing them then. It's going to be a different looking grid, I think, tomorrow, based on second fastest qualifying times, but it was a very disjointed session this morning, as I say, so I think the grid should be somewhat mixed up for race 2. Coming up next on circuit, we've got the Takiwa Roadsports Series race. So I've noted down start drivers. Hopefully Marcus will make a note of those as well on his list, and we'll look forward to that 45-minute race in just a second. We'll hopefully before that hear from our race winner Craig Pollard, and Tom Butterworth is indeed ready and waiting for us in the pit lane. Down to you, Tom.
So I'm here with your Formula V winner, Craig Pollard. Craig, tell us about that one. It looked like a fairly sedate Saturday drive at the front from where we were sitting. How was it?
Yeah, I don't know. It never feels like that, even when you've got a good lead. And I could see Danny getting further and further and further away from me. But you can't relax. You know, these guys are all really good drivers. They've all been doing it a long time. And, you know, they can come back. You can hit a back marker. I did come across some traffic, but luckily it was kind to me and came out on top this time.
Yeah, fair enough. It was, as you say, you've got to concentrate 100%. It's all well and good saying, well, we won it by quite comfortably, but you've got to win it quite comfortably to do it, haven't you?
Yeah, and quali didn't go our way, so we're starting P17 tomorrow. So see what we can do. You know, it looks like it looks easy, but it's not. You know, the guys have been working on the car all morning and making it the best they can be, and we've got to do the same tomorrow, but from a bit further back. So.
Well, it looks like they've done a good job anyway, and I was told you only got one lap in qualifying anyway, so you've done very well so far this weekend.
Yeah. This was the one that counted. Obviously, we got one lap and we made it count for pole, but it's going to be a bit more difficult tomorrow.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much, and let me present you with this, which is your winner's garland.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks.
So moving on to second place. So we've got Daniel Hans. How was that for you, Daniel?
Bittersweet, really. Yeah, second place. It's okay, but unfortunately, we couldn't even have a race, so we was on our own. I mean, Craig just drove off, really. We've got a lot of pace to find, but we did what we could do. I backed off after 5 laps because I had no chance. I thought I'd save the engine for tomorrow. But yeah, fair play to Craig. Good win for him, but for us, we've got a lot of work to do.
A little bit more to find maybe for the second race of the weekend, yeah, of course, but you know, still got to be fairly happy with second place.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, I'm grateful for second. I can't, you know, be disappointed too much, but obviously we're here to win, and if we've got any chance to win in the championship, we need to beat Craig, and at the moment we're finding that quite difficult to do. So back to the drawing board, and we'll see if we can find some more pace for tomorrow.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers. Now, I'm trying to find the third place. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Right, so Tim Probert finished in third today. How was that for you? Because that looked very exciting from where we were. It looked like a great battle. Well, I was really enjoying it.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, this is my local circuit. I live in Middleton Tyre, 6 miles away, so it's nice to get a win here. I thought I'd got a nice soft spot on my own, but Andy Cooper caught me up and we had a good ding-dong for most of the last 4 or 5 laps. All good fun, but I'm delighted with that, and particularly as I'm probably the oldest one on our grid, so I'll take that any day, thanks.
I think when you watch it back as well, you'll see Matthew Hyde was coming very, very quickly towards the end of the race as well, and I think another lap or two and it'd have been on.
Yeah, well, yes, I just thought, well, I'm just going to try and back Andy into whoever's coming and stay clean.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much indeed, and congratulations on your third place.
Thank you. Cheers.
We will move on now very swiftly onto the Tagawa Roadsports Series, and that concludes your Formula V.
Yes, the Tagawa Roadsports Series up next, the 45-minute mini endurance race for 1 or 2 drivers, a handful of drivers sharing the workload. The grid's going to line up as follows. On the front row, it's going to be number 49, Will Stacey on pole position, and the 69 car alongside him. The BMW is going to be started by Andy Schultz, in fact. The second row has 37, that's going to be started by Andy Martin, who'll be passing over to Brett Evans, and 32, Leon Bidgeway, who drives solo. On the third row, it's 211, that's Giles Kirk in the Seat, and Rob Boston, number 9 in the Lotus Exige. Row 4 has 66, that's Nicole Drought, and 53 is Johnny Weston Taylor, who'll hand over to Andy Hiley. Row 5 is 6, Jonathan Packer, and 138, which is going to be started by Stephen Kent. And the 6th row is 14 and 191, 14 Chris Freeman and 191 Christopher Plaskett. On the 7th row, on the inside will be number 10, Josh Lawton, and 8 is going to be Matthew Tidmarsh starting the car alongside him. On the 8th row, 92, Philip Nibb, and 4, John Munday. The 9th row, 63, will be started by John Maudsley, and Matthew Weymouth will be in number 29. On to the 10th row, it's 21, that's Keir McConomy in the 1 Series BMW, and Michael Edwards in the number 74 Lotus Elise. Row 11 is 95, Andy Bailey, and 17, Jake Fraser-Burns. The 12th row, 101, Matthew Higgins, and 73, Bailey Edwards. On row 13, it's 100, now solo driven by Lewis Harrison, and 24, Hugo Holmes. And on row 14, it's 198, Justin Cooper, and 169, Aaron Cook. 98, Roy Baptiste, and 80, David Aspden line up on row 15. And then on row 16, it will be Ed Turner, and alongside him, alongside the 111 car, is 58, Neville Jones. 316, Ivor Mayers, and 44, Stephen Hullock are on the 17th row. Then on row 18, it's Emma Dawson and Mike Rayner. And at the back, it's going to be 22 Chris Fantana and 16 Phil Drybrough. So that is the grid order for the 45-minute Kiwa Roadsports Series race, the second race of the season for these cars. The format here is it's a 45-minute race. There's a pit stop to be taken between the 15th and 45th minute of the race. It has to be a minimum of 60 seconds unless you're one of the drivers that's picked up a success penalty from the previous race meeting at Silverstone. There's a few of those. So the drivers with extra penalties to serve. Rob Boston, who starts 6th in car 9, he has an extra 15 seconds to serve at his stop. Number 10 and number 4, John Monday, has a 10-second extra penalty. Matthew Weymouth, number 29, who starts 18th, he has a 15-second pit stop penalty. 101, Matthew Higgins, who starts 23rd, has a 10-second penalty. And Turner, number 111, who starts 31st, has a 5-second penalty. And so too does Chris Fantana, who starts 22nd. Starts 32nd, I should say, in car 22. So that's the way that this is all going to work out. 45-minute race. Driver changes for those that have 2 drivers. No refuelling though during the course of this. And it is a rolling start as well. And Marcus, a tremendous variety of cars on this Roadsports grid.
Absolutely, you've got the big sort of hulking BMWs, you've got the very feisty VWs, Golfs you've got in there, and also it's a Rocco, some Porsches, some Lotuses, the Toyota GT86, we just see it go through the screen. Various minis, Mazdas, etc. It's a really eclectic field, and it's a very good way of getting some mileage, some seat time under your belt. And of course, you can share the cost with a buddy, or you can go and do a race hire deal with somebody anyway. But it's a good-looking field, and it's very difficult to pick a winner.
It is. I think we'll see some of these out tomorrow as well in Club Enduro. At Silverstone on the national circuit for the opening race last month, or was it earlier this month? It was last month, wasn't it, I think. Matthew Weymouth and Rob Boston took Class A and Class B wins, 1st and 2nd respectively, and then 3rd overall was John Monday. With the Class C victory going to Ben McCauley and the Class D win to Phil Adcock and Archie O'Brien. That was at Silverstone a few weeks ago. Here the car's coming through the complex. I can see the safety car has already peeled in. So we've got the red lights on the gantry and a field of cars heading towards it. And the lights go out. The race gets underway for 45 minutes. Huge field, and almost capacity field here at Croft. We can take up to 40 cars. We've got very nearly 40 cars on the grid for this one, headed by Will Stacey. We're on board with the 169 car of Aaron Cook.
And the white BMW has bustled through into the lead down there. The orange car that led into the corner went really wide, and is now running back end of the top 10, something like that. So, and they've got 2 very rapid Lotus Elises chasing them down. One's gone really wide though, out of Tower, and I think this was the cars with Bitchway and Boston, I suspect. Yeah,
so the one that lost a lot of ground was Schultz. Oh, was that Seat?
Oh, it's gone.
Spud, and lucky not to take anybody else with him. That's the 211 car. That's Giles Kirk, who's found the farmer's crop. So lucky the farmer wasn't there with his tractor. He was not too far away earlier on this morning. But Giles Kirk, yes, he's found very much in the weeds there. We'll see rape harvest won't be quite as lucrative as the farmer was hoping.
If he does get out of there, then there'll be some frantic work in the pits, won't there? So they're trying to suck all that, all the crops out of the intake.
Yeah. So, and the key thing there is very lucky not to collect anyone else. It wasn't too far away from doing so.
It's a typical cold tyre style thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Just looking out of our window, I can see him from where we are, and he's showing no signs of getting out of the farmer's field. So the leader at the end of lap 1 is the Andy Marston BMW M3 then, from Will Stacey in 2nd place in the number 49 car, and then you've got these 2 Lotuses right
together in fact.
Because you've also including in that, so you've got Stacey Boston, Bitchway and Nicole Drought all together in Lotuses. In fact, it's actually 5 of them, isn't it? 'Cause then you've got Johnny Weston Taylor as well. It's almost like a Lotus one make race, this. Fantastic stuff. That's the Johnny Weston Taylor car, number 53, in 6th position at the moment. Nicole Drought just ahead.
It's funny how they've grown kind of real patios as front splitters, haven't they?
Yes.
Instead of plastic flamingos standing on it, have a party.
And Stephen Kent, the BMW, just behind all those, the E46 M3. Rob Boston had his hand out of the cockpit there. He was waving at someone or something. I know not why. Perhaps it was to alert the driver behind it. There was a yellow flag, and there is a safety car. Yes, safety car is now waiting for the driver, as you can see, at the pit lane exit, and that presumably is going to be to allow the recovery of the Giles Kirk car, because the driver out of the car, but not too far off the circuit, and that's possibly what Rob Boston was gesticulating at. So we're going to come through to complete lap 2. Too early for drivers to serve their mandatory pit stop, because that's not available until 15 minutes into the race. But at the end of lap 2, then it's going to be Andy Marston driving that car at the moment, number 37 leading. 49 in second place is the pole position driver, Will Stacey. In third place is number 9, Rob Boston. In fourth place is number 32. In fact, they've sort of around, haven't they? 32, Leon Bidgeway, ahead of 9, Rob Boston. Possibly that's why Boston was gesticulating. Fifth to number 66, Nicole Drought, who is driving solo, although it does show that she's sharing that car, not easy for me to say, with Daniel Jude. It's just the Irish lady driving solo. And then Johnny Weston Taylor rounding out the top 6. So Lotus is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. The difference between the 5 of them is that Rob Boston is the only Class B car among them. The rest of them are Class A cars. So Boston leading Class B. Just to explain the classes, there's the Super GT class, that's Class A. As into the pits, by the way, comes the car that led briefly Andy Schultz in the BMW E46 M3 that he shares with Matthew Hampton, and that's driven straight into the garage, I think. So it looks like he's out of the race. But just to continue explaining the classes, the Super GT class, Class A, up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the GT class, up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, the Super Sport class, up to 180. And Class D, the Sport class, up to 145. And this, of course, is for production sports and saloon cars. Roadsports was revived around about 10 years ago. It was a name that had been used previously by the 750 Motor Club to run sprint races for sports cars. There we can see on screen the 211 car in the oilseed rape field, and Marshall is deciding, I think, that it won't budge without outside intervention. I imagine it's sort of got crop all sort of wedged underneath it as well, which is not going to make that easy to move without outside intervention.
Yeah, just trying to find the tow eye at that point is difficult.
Yes.
The driver's going to have a look under the front, but he's trudging through the undergrowth like Dr. David Bellamy in search of his prey, but the van's on the way, the circuit vehicle. It'll make light work of towing him out, but meanwhile another lap will have elapsed.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we've got Class A and Class B leaders on the screen at the moment, and there we can see in Class C that is being led by number 98, which is Rory Baptiste, who's showing with Mark Lloyd-Jones in the E46 330i this weekend. And Class D, I think the only Class D entry this weekend is Chris Fantana. And there he is, 36th overall, the green background, his number. He leads in Class D, by dint of the fact that he's the only driver here from Class D this weekend. So the driver's going to come through to complete their third lap behind the safety car here at Croft Circuit. This is the Takiwa Roadsports Series race, a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop between 15 minutes and 45 minutes into the race. We're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car, possibly a couple, depending on how quickly this Seat of Giles Kirk, who started the race 5th, can be untangled from its position on the exit of the Jim Clark S's. Very fast part of the circuit to go off. The tractor, JCB, is sort of heading around now, which suggests it might. Well, I don't think it is needed, because the pickup truck is doing an amply fine job of pulling Giles Kirk's car out of the undergrowth. So possibly that won't be needed. I don't think there's any other cars off. I don't think there's any that we've not seen.
No, the JCB's been withdrawn. That's coming back across. It's running behind Santana now, I think, at the back there.
Yeah, so it's going to cut through the short circuit, and I assume we'll head back to its station at... Oh, no, it's not. It's going to come towards the
back entrance.
Back
to the
entrance,
paddock,
yeah, that's what it's going to do, and head back through the paddock back to its station at Clairvaux Corner. So they've got that out of the crop.
Driver's getting back in.
Yeah.
Charles Kirk. That'd have been quite scary, actually, going off into all that undergrowth because, or the crops, because you don't know what's in there. There's a sudden dip. Or
No. I suppose it slows your pace fairly quickly.
It does.
But as you say, you don't know what's in there. If it's well ploughed and you're going to suddenly find yourself launched or something.
It's quite a cosmopolitan group, the Lotus set, isn't it? Because we've got the Welshman Liam Bidgeway, we've got the Irishwoman Nicole Drell,
yeah,
and the three Englishmen around.
That's right. So we can see how that Lotus scrap unfolds once it resumes. Roadsports, just a series of races, not a full championship, no points on offer during the course of the season. But they do have a good calendar of half a dozen events. The Wood and Silverstone, as we've said. They go to Brantach in July, Snetterton later that month, Silverstone in August, and they'll complete the season at Anglesey. So sometimes they race on the same bill as Club Enduro, sometimes not. This particular weekend they do, so there's a bit of a crossover between the two categories. So we'll use this effectively as a warm-up. There's the Kirk car. Novice driver, as you can see, with the black cross on the yellow background. It's a bit powerful car to be driving as a relatively inexperienced driver.
Yeah, well, a lot of fun around here, particularly when the tyres are warm.
Yes. Not sure how much fun it was heading off into the field there. So safety car's going to be out for one more lap, I think, because the circuit just needs to be cleared of the support vehicles. I imagine the safety car will up its pace. And then we'll be back racing. We're only going to have probably 1 or 2 laps before the pit lane window opens.
And I wonder whether the double-driven cars, whether these drivers will actually want to stay out for a few more laps, get a little bit more value before putting the second driver aboard.
Absolutely, that's the 169 car that we are on board with at the moment. That is Aaron Cook, the Toyota MR2 champion for the last couple of years, and he's racing this Toyota GT86. Rogue Motorsport prepared, I believe. Rogue, the sort of Toyota specialists, also the force behind that, Patrick Mortel, force behind the MR2 championship.
And Aaron Cook's going to be out in the MR2s tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes, driving the MR2 race in the Class C cars.
And the battle with Sean Traynor, I think, on the cars.
I would expect so. But yeah, good to see that GT86 out in those cars. The GT86 has been out for about a decade now, I think, haven't they? Something like that.
Yeah, good cars. There's a Subaru version as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
BRZ or something.
Yeah. You occasionally see those out on the roads. The safety car lights are still on. I imagine they'll be turned off relatively soon. Looking at the start, we'll get the feeling we will get the green flag this time round. So it'll be probably about 32 and a bit minutes to go by the time the race will resume. So they'll get probably 2 laps before the
lights are off now.
Yeah, they are off. 2 laps before the race gets, before the pit lane window opens anyway. So hopefully, no further incident.
We're going to have about 33 minutes to go when they get unleashed.
As the safety car loops into the pit lane, so it's the car controlling the place now is Andy Marston. He sees the green flag wave, and the race gets back underway for the remaining 33 minutes. Down towards Clervaux Corner they go. BMW, 5 Lotuses, and then another BMW. That's the order of things at the moment. And the lead BMW has Will Stacey's Lotus right behind him, putting a lot of pressure on him as they go through Hawthorne for the first. In fact, the 3 Lotuses are queuing up behind Andy Marston at the moment. 2 of them are side by side. That's Bidgeway and Stacey. It looks like Bidgeway on the outside line, Stacey on the inside line. They're still absolutely mirror to mirror as they turn their way through the right-hand tower. Nicole Drout's run off the road and got back onto it again without losing too much time.
Kicked up the dust there a little bit, but just probably worried one or 2 others behind.
That's Rob Boston just ahead of her, and then Johnny Weston Taylor is next up ahead of the Stephen Kent car, and then I think that must be Josh Lawton's Honda Civic that's now ahead of the Jonathan
big spin for 58. When he's gone round, that's Neville Jones and Christopher Jones, isn't it?
Yeah, Neville started the car, I think. Leaders coming round towards the end of the first lap of this restarted element of the race, and certainly Marston's not been able to get away from these Lotuses. He's got Will Stacey right behind him, then Leon Bidgeway, then Rob Boston, then Nicole Drout, then Johnny Weston Taylor, then it's Stephen Kent, then it is indeed the 10 car up next into 8th place. That's Josh Lawton I should say, and then I think it's Jonathan Packer 9th and Phil Nebb in the Seat TCR rounding out the top 10. We're watching Rob Boston, he's our Class B leader, or we were momentarily. This is the battle for the overall lead though.
It's good, isn't it? Because the Lotus is quicker in a straight line than the BMW, which is much heavier, and the Bidgeway car is right up there in the slipstream as well. See how they traverse the Jim Clark S's. Building all that speed around that, you can see the BMW stretching its legs with that big engine, but handling then comes into play, and the Lotuses are back on his tail again. That's the John Maudsley car, isn't it? 63.
Yeah, the Scirocco.
Old school racing car that raced in the Baltic Touring Car Championship at one point.
Leaders are back with us at the complex with half an hour to go. The pit lane window is 7 seconds away from being open. So by the time they negotiate the hairpin, I think the pit lane window will be open. But they've not. Yeah, the pit open board is being shown this time. And look at this, they're going to be side by side for the lead, but the BMW in a straight line has a bit more grunt than does the Lotus. And so Will Stacey has to tuck back in behind Marston.
Weston Taylor spent some time on the grass there, having come out of the hairpin and lost a couple of places. So it's a 4 Lotus train now behind the leading BMW.
So that will promote Kent, won't it? Stephen Kent, yes,
yeah.
He goes up to 6th place, and also going ahead of him is Josh Lawson, the number 10 Honda Civic as well. So just under half an hour to go. No one yet has made their way into the pit lane, but they may start doing so from now and for the next 15 minutes. Leon Bidgeway is right with the 2 leaders as well. Will Stacey in 2nd and 49, and Andy Marston out front. Worth mentioning in all of this that of these front runners, Rob Boston, who's a Class B driver, he's got a 15-second penalty to serve, but none of these other front running drivers have any kind of penalty. Oh, and the safety car's coming out again. Well, that I suspect it. I can see the car. It's because of the John Maudsley car, isn't it? I think,
yeah.
On the exit of Towers where that's ended up. But that means that I suspect we'll get a flurry of cars into the pit lane.
Yep. The one-time historic Formula 1 racer, John Maudsley.
Yeah, he's raced lots of different things, hasn't he, as well? I think he used to race in the Golfs and Ford XRs at Alton, the Northwest XR Championship.
So the Salons Direct with the Scirocco out, in they come en masse.
Yeah, I shouldn't think there'll be many. Stephen Kent staying out by the looks of it. So too is the
number 10 car. He's
10 car, the Josh Lawton Lotus. You'll see there they have to go in at this 45-degree angle because of the tight pit lane here at Croft, with so many cars here, especially because they're all arriving in the pit lane at once, they have to go at 45 degrees and be pushed back out before they rejoin the race. Andy Martin getting out of the car there. Brett Evans is getting into it. And this is going to be a very busy pit lane indeed. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars that have stayed out, maybe a few more. A lot of them are coming in. Not what I do, try and keep a track of all the cars that have come in, but pretty quickly to keep track of the ones that haven't come in.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see the stagger unwinding at some point. There's Aaron Cook with the Toyota GT86 coming in. The vast majority have, and this pack lined up behind the safety car with 8 laps completed.
There's Aaron Cook going into the pit lane, so get the driver's view.
Now this is going to advantage those who dived in at that point over the crew here, because we're going to have cars rejoining imminently, including that BMW that was in the overall lead, now with Brett Evans aboard.
It's John Maudsley looking.
That's not where they've gone, is it? It's
no. I can see a recovery truck heading through the chicane now into the general direction of John Maudsley.
In fact, there's another lap or so behind this. Maybe that the effect will be negated.
Yeah, I suspect it might be. I suspect those that haven't stopped this lap will stop on the next lap. We do have cars getting a reasonable lick past the recovery truck. I wonder what the officials will make of that.
And Sirocco was one of the cars made for the Nürburgring 24 type races.
Yeah.
24 spec. Came with about 350 brake, and the ECU currently is about 280.
Right, here's John Maudsley's Salvation Ford Ranger. And I think the recovery truck's gone around to pick up the Mini that we also saw spin. Right, John Maudsley's suggesting it needs a lift. In which case it might need the recovery truck on Maudsley's car.
The Golf Team Ginetta goes past with the same sort of livery that was on the Golf Porsche 908 in the Targa Florio.
Yeah.
Brian Ripper driving it.
Essentially, everyone who wasn't in on the previous lap is now in. And a lot of those that have made their stop are now catching already the safety car. There's basically 2 cars left behind the safety car that I don't think have stopped. One of which is Chris Fantana, I think. But I'm not sure who the other one is. But everyone else has stopped. But
the G40, I'm not sure that has.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that is the other car that's out there.
Bridgeway is showing us 3rd after 9 laps. Tidmarsh Webster Ginetta is the lead car, but I don't think that's stopped. Then it's Aston in number 80 in 2nd place. 3rd is 32, which is Leon Bridgeway. 36 Siege. And then Jonathan Packer in 5, the VW Golf GTI. The Elises of Will Stacey, number 49, and in 6th place, Nicole Trout.
And red flag, really big stop now. I'm just wondering exactly why that is, because there's no other cars off, but maybe it's just been determined it's going to take too long to recover these cars and too problematic to recover these cars from where they are. So we'd got 23 minutes 51 left. We're almost exactly halfway through that race. I think nearly everyone had done their driver changes, so I suspect we'll get a restart for a second part of the race with no driver changes, and those that haven't made their changes already will. Well, I don't think any of the cars that are still out there have drivers to change.
8's a driver change, isn't it?
Yes, that's the only car. So I guess that will be enforced, and well, does that get a free stop effectively then, or was he going to have to make the stop at the restart? We don't know. I'm sure race control will let us know what's going on once they've decided. it's never ideal when you have to stop a pit stop race, and we had this at Alton Park a few weeks ago in the 116 trophy.
Well, we've had races in the past where the only driver who hasn't stopped has been rewarded with the race victory. We had one at Silverstone last year, not with us at the Motor Release, by the way, where a driver that stopped outside his pit window by nanoseconds was awarded race victory, despite the fact he couldn't possibly have had it. He was running about 5th at the time. Most bizarre. But such are the vagaries of races that where intervention is necessary, and clearly it's deemed to be.
It caused a big problem, didn't it, in the British GT race at Alton a month or so ago, when there was a restarted race after a red flag, and because they have success and penalties and so forth, that caused the whole result into confusion and resulted in it going to the MS Motorsport UK Council.
With
sorted out a week ago.
The problem here now with the Sirocco, I mean, it's not going to see Stuart Mead, the 1992 European 250 kart champion, strutting his stuff.
That's right. That's right. He was going to share that car with John Maudsley. So we'll see if race control letters have any information on what's going to happen with the restart. It's been requested. I'll be very busy now trying to work out exactly what the right thing to do is here. Unfortunately, there's no championship points or anything at stake here. This is just a fun race, effectively, but nevertheless, I'm sure some teams and drivers will feel that they've been hard done to, and others not so much. You are not going to please all of the people, whatever decision you make here.
This is kind of run what you brung for fun, and worry about the licences later for the Ginetta, which I say we're both convinced hasn't made a stop.
No, that's the Tidmarsh and Webster car. I don't think it has. The Flying Tangerine, which worked better as a team name when they ran the orange MX-5. This does have some orange on it, and it has orange wheels, but it's not predominantly orange, that car. The other thing that's going to take a little while is for a grid to be sorted out as well. So there'll be some head scratching and pencil chewing going on in the timekeeper's box.
Good to see that the 2-on-1, which caused the early intervention safety car, is back out. And
Excellent.
It's absolutely fine. There's the Berkshire turbos, one of the twin Lotuses, 73 and 74, aren't they? And they're Michael Edwards and Bailey Edwards, two Berkshire turbos, Lotus Elises. Emerald green liveries, Jonathan Weston Taylor, Andy Hiley. So Andy Hiley had a miserable time earlier on with the Kronos in the Sports Specials race, when the fan belt came off, and we saw that there was a problem with charge because the ignition light came on, so he abandoned ship. A very experienced driver.
Yep, that's right. So you've got some cars sitting in the pit lane. Those were the drivers that were in the pit lane when the red flag came out, effectively, and probably 2/3 of the fields are roughly on the circuit, short of the start line, because the marshals will keep them there, so it's easier to bring them into the grid in the correct order, whatever that proves to be. But this isn't going to be the work of a moment to get this race back underway, I don't think.
198, another of the Ginettas. That's Justin Cooper in the car that's run by Jonathan Lewis. It's originally from these parts, been based down near Snetterton for many a long year. There's the Snetterton Speed Shop car. Justin Cooper, a little bit of mini racing with Monkey Lewis, as he's known.
Yeah, doing Mighty Minis, Mini 7S Class, Mini Libra, Mini Media, and historic Minis as well.
Jonathan Lewis and his brother Chris, who was another prolific racer with the 750 Club. They were based just down the road in Middleton Tyres, weren't they, for a long while.
That's the Josh Lawton, number 10 Honda Civic, that was running very strongly before the red flags came out, before the pit stops. But yeah, it's going to be a moment or three before this race gets back underway here at Croft, where the sun has returned. It clouded over, didn't it? Sort of either side of lunchtime, but the sun's
and
back
the wind
with us again.
picked up, and actually the ambient temperature dropped quite dramatically, but it's now much better.
So we've got coming into the pit lane. Oh, the two vehicles having a race in.
That's not the one with the Scirocco on.
This has got the Scirocco.
Yes, the Scirocco. Yeah.
The Mini must have made its way back to the pit lane by its own steam, I think, or didn't see it do so. See, that's required a lift on the front end to bring it in. There is the Mini, the 27 Mini of Stephen Thompson and Emma Dawson. It was Emma driving it in the first part of the race. That's in the pit garage at the moment, getting some attention. Door open. I wonder if we're able to get back out for the second half of the race. Hotel.
Well, they're smiling about it at least.
Yes, absolutely. Not looking too downhearted. So there we are. There's the view from that's over at sort of Hawthorne, basically. Long shot towards the back end of the grid is where those cars are positioned at the moment. Here at Croft.
You get that kind of nice little heat haze, don't you, on those long shots?
And you think it's much warmer than it actually is. It's probably 15 or 16 degrees out there. Something like that. It feels much warmer in our commentary box, which has been observed this afternoon. It is a bit like a greenhouse. But outside it is a bit cooler, and it's supposed to get much cooler tomorrow as well.
But we're very grateful that it is a greenhouse, to be honest with you, because its predecessor, the double-decker bus, wasn't terribly salubrious.
It wasn't, which, yes, I think we're both saying we'd worked from on one occasion. But that was 2004, I think I worked from that bus, and I think it was replaced shortly afterwards.
The strangest place I've commentated from, I think, at an event was at the British Hill Climb Championship round in Val d'Isère in Guernsey, where I sat on a sofa on top of an estate car overlooking the finish line under some trees. It was quite something. That was back in 1995 when Andy Prio ran roughshod through the season, smashing records left, right and centre. Now his son's a bit of a star, racing Porsches in the States and Sebastian.
Yeah, of course, Andy Prio was competing in Hill Climbs before he came into circuit racing.
That's right.
He went with the Renault Spiders first of all once he went to circuit racing.
He won all those rounds, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he tried to do a bit of Formula Renault, and that all ran out of budget. But yeah, absolutely top guy.
Yeah, a lot of success on the touring car stage internationally.
Yeah, he won the European Touring Car Championship and then 3 successive World Touring Car Championships, all with BMW. Yeah. So we've got plenty of Lotuses. That's one of the Daniel Jude team cars.
It's the one driven by Lewis Harrison today.
They had a fairly fraught time yesterday in testing. One of the cars was damaged and there were problems with the other. Yeah,
Lewis Harrison making his debut season, the driver from sort of Chichester area, recruitment consultant, 34 years of age.
Chichester, in fact, when I came here for what was the last meeting of the first era at Croft in the end of '81, my return trip to Hampshire was via Chichester.
Oh, right.
Yeah, which is not en route.
No, it's not.
But it was a 360-mile round trip, and we got stopped by police somewhere fairly close to Chichester.
Yeah.
So what were we doing on the road at 2 in the morning? They said, well, we've come from Scotch Corner, officer, so we're just going to Chichester, or to Chai, as the locals call it. And then I'll head back to Hampshire. Thank you very much. Good morning then.
Michael Edwards there in the number 74 Lotus Elise. That's one of the Class B cars. Waiting patiently to be released. Just checking to see if any news from race control, which I don't. I'll tell you that Mini that they were trying to fix, that's a clutch issue that they're dealing with. I do now have some information. So safety car restart for 20 minutes. The pit lane will close 5 minutes after the start. So the pit lane will be open from the start effectively. So the two teams that still need to make their stops can do. But then a 20-minute race. I guess if therefore you haven't made your stop, you're at a serious disadvantage over everybody else because they won't have to make a pit stop in this part of the race. But such is life.
Twin area motorsport golfs there, looking absolutely fabulous. Jonathan Packer in one of them.
Yeah.
Kitchen Man, I think, and then the 14 car is Chris Freeman. Loughborough near Motor Club's base at Donington, or Luga Baruga as the locals tend to call it.
That's right. So 20-minute restart is what we'll have. Pit lane open for the first 5 minutes, which hopefully our producer has heard.
95 there is the Andy Bailey Ford Fiesta ST180 Bedford, the mint alloys, alloy wheels, refurbishment, some good colour schemes. The Trojan roller doors car there is John Monday's Honda number 4. Seems to have drawn most of its colours from the old sort of Lewis Hamilton crash helmets, or at the Sellers maybe. I'm not really sure, but
it's striking, isn't it?
It's certainly bright.
It is bright. You get a lot more inventive liveries these days with some vinyl wraps and so forth that people can do.
TaylorYates.com ladies luxury handbags.
That's on the side of Ivor Mayer's car.
My daughters will be quite excited by that. But they've got jewellery, a Porsche behind it, Freeman Jewellers, bespoke jewellery, number 24, which is Hugo Holmes, Porsche Boxster S.
What I don't know here, actually, is whether they're just going to pick up the time, or whether it's going to be a separate 20-minute race, or if they're just going to add this on to what's already happened. Well, we'll see from our timing screen soon enough, I guess.
They'll be off, and then the posse that's in the pit lane will join on the back, and Bob's your uncle will be away again.
Yep. Okay. So race getting back underway.
I guess it must continue, mustn't it? It's a cumulative timing thing, because those cars that haven't stopped must stop.
Well, you would think so. You would think so. I think we only had the 116 red flag. That was before we got to the pit stops, if I remember rightly. So it didn't have quite the situation that we'd had here, because that was a separate 60-minute race. So the cars from the pit lane will now join as well. And time is ticking down, remaining 20 minutes of this race. As I say, pit lane window open for another 5 minutes, but there's only a couple of cars. In fact, I think only one car left to make it stop now, which is the Ginetta G40, which is the one immediately behind the safety car, which is Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. I think everyone else has made their stop.
Do you have a stopometer on your screen?
No, we don't. We don't. So that facility, this timing. This is always a handy thing to have, to tell you how many stops each team or driver has made. The safety car leads in around fairly steadily, mindful of the fact there was a number of cars, I think, to follow out of the pit lane. The safety car will, I expect, pick things up towards the end of this lap and then peel off into the pit lane. So we will probably get another 10-12 laps, something like that, for this Roadsports race once the safety car peels in. Always a frustration when a red flag has to be called in a pit stop race such as this. So I reckon, when all is said and done, the car that's probably going to be in the lead is, I think, the Stephen Kent, now Peter Moulsdale, BMW 46 M3 from Leon Bidgeway in second. Jonathan Packer, I think, will be third. Jonathan Weston Taylor fourth. Will Stacey fifth. Andy Marston and Brett Evans. Brett Evans now having taken over that car. I think he'll be a bit further down. Safety car's now sprinted away. Let's head into the pit lane. Green flags, I think, going to be waved at the end of this lap to get the race proper back underway. And indeed we do. There goes the green flag. And just waiting to see what happens on our timing screen. The answer is nothing at the moment. So I'll try refreshing that. See what's going to happen. Yeah. Ah, this has crashed on me. That's the problem. We will hopefully get our timing tower up momentarily. Lost internet connectivity there, which doesn't help. So there we see the race getting back underway. Here we go. So yes, that is now showing us just one lap completed. So whether they'll add the times together later, or we're just going to run with this second part of the race, that remains to be seen. But for the moment, on our screen at least, it is the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta G40 that leads, but they need to stop. And off the road has gone number 73. That's one of the Lotuses. And that's out of the race. That is the car of Bailey Edwards, the green Lotus, out of the race. So we've got a situation whereby it is still the Ginetta out there in front, but that is going to miss, I think, its pit stop window, because the pit lane window is going to close any moment, I think, and it will be closed by the time it comes round again. So I think we can rule out Tidmarsh and Webster from this race. That means what we're seeing on screen now is effectively the battle for the lead of the race between Leon Bidgeway and Will Stacey.
But they're going hurtling along there now. Of course, there must be yellows at that corner because of the car that's off in the field, Bailey Edwards at 73, and they got past, by the looks of things, before. No, there's a yellow there.
Yeah.
So there was overtaking by a couple of cars before Tower, and that's going to affect things because
yeah.
I can see the yellow flag up there at the corner,
yeah,
but not the one in the middle of the straight. So it's under yellows up there, no overtaking up to Tower.
One for the officials to sort it,
that's
for certain. But both Bidgeway and Stacey went through, passing that back marking BMW. It doesn't matter this back mark if it's for position. You don't overtake under a yellow flag, but we'll wait for the officials to sort all of that out. This is the battle for the lead on the road then. There could be a further twist after this race has been completed, of course. And these two are about 4 seconds clear of Jonathan Packer in third place in the
Golf. Oh, they've got the Lotus going again.
They're just pushing it behind the barrier, I think.
Yeah, put it out of the way.
Yeah, right behind our cameraman there, so he's out of the race. So this is the battle for the lead then, and it's going to change hands. I think Will Stacey up the inside of Leon Bidgeway there. He has to take to the curve, the side by side all the way through Clervaux and Hawthorns, and through into the lead has gone number 49 Will Stacey.
Yeah, that was well executed, wasn't it?
It was very nicely done. Packer is effectively third, but we need to ignore that Tidmarsh and Webster car because that has not stopped, I don't think, as far as we could tell. And then Chris Freeman fifth, Rob Boston sixth on our screens. We'll go with what's on the screens because that's probably easiest at the moment.
So
13 minutes left. Through the Jim Clark S's and Barcroft and towards Sunny they come. That is the 5 car of Jonathan Packer, who's fourth on the screens, and he's in that Class B area motorsport prepared Volkswagen Golf. Next VW Cup car, I think. 18 minutes of the race left to go. Right up behind Packer though now, he's got Rob Boston right with him, so Boston's got ahead of Chris Freeman. He's going to have a look at the inside. This is for the, well, probably going to be for the Class B lead as well, and Boston just about gets his nose in front, but on a straight line, the Golf holds sway, both behind that Ginetta as well for the moment.
It's really deceptive, isn't it? Because you'd have thought Rob Boston would have had that, but you've got so much grunt, so much torque in the Golf.
Will Stacey's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:29.32. He's now got a lead of nearly 3 seconds over Leon Bidgeway. In second place, 2.62 seconds the gap, and then it's 7 seconds back to the next group of cars. There's the Boston car still trying to find a way past Jonathan Packer then, for what effectively these three battling on screen and on the timing tower for the Class B lead at the moment. Behind them it is Chris Freeman, that's another Class B car, so the third of the Class A cars is Nicole Drought, who's in 7th place overall. Then it's Brett Evans in 8th.
Yeah, that's coming up again, isn't it? The Brett Evans BMW, and yeah, Phil Knibb with the Cert Leon Cupra, and then Chris Plaskett with the Golf GTI, Phil Driver with his Porsche.
Well, they can't get past this Ginetta G40, which I think still is therefore.
Well, here it comes, heading for the pits, the G40. I think you might have missed that one. So Boston had got ahead, but now the Golf is front bumper is squeezed through, and the next of the Golfs is right with them too.
It is. It's going to be Boston through on the inside.
So he could brake that much later.
He can, being a lighter car. Yes, the Tidmarsh car's got out of the way now, which is to hand over to Chris Webster, but they've missed their pit lane window slots now, so they will get a penalty for that, so they won't figure particularly highly in the results. It makes this battle for Class B a little bit more straightforward, though. I think probably now Rob Boston said he's going to pull away from the rest here, because he was well ahead of them earlier on. But for the minor placings in Class A, the final podium position in Class A could be interesting, because you've got Nicole Drought here. She's got Brett Evans right behind her as they go through the Jim Clark S's and head towards the Barcroft and Sunny Complex. There's the Ginetta in.
And you can see, in fact, how much quicker the little Lotus is, Nicole Drought, than the big BMW through that part of the circuit. Interesting, moving up well is the 211, the Giles Kirk car that caused the first stoppage. The Seat Leon Super Cobra is now in 10th place.
Yeah, that's a good comeback from being in the field half an hour or so ago. So that is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th then in this race. At the head of it is Rob Boston. Behind is Jonathan Packer. And then it's Chris Freeman, so the two Golfs together. Then it's Nicole Drought, and she's lost out there to the BMW down into Clervaux, I can see, because Brett Evans has gone through. So Brett Evans, number 37, now ahead of the Irish lady, Nicole Drought. She goes down to 7th place. She's about 3.5 seconds clear of Phil Knibb, who is 8th. So she's got a little bit in hand behind her. And now you can see the BMW up the inside of Chris Freeman. This is for 5th position. Not for class position, but for 5th overall. And Andy Marston, or Brett Evans I should say, takes the place now with 8 3/4 minutes left to go. He's up to 5th. And could make up a couple more overall places here, and I think he's too far back to get on terms with Stacey and Bidgeway, who are now 15 seconds clear of the rest.
Yeah, it looks like those two out front they're not exactly fighting each other, but they're safe in 1st and 2nd with the race progressing. And we wait for the next group to appear, and they've plenty of minute now with Rob Boston in his blue release number 9 at the head of it. He comes around the hairpin now, Rob Boston, and he will remain in 3rd place. We've got Brett Evans still working his way through that group. Packer Freeman still between Evans and Boston. I think that this is about to change, because here comes the mighty BMW. Started by Andy Marston, now Brett Evans at the wheel. Going to wind that up down the straight towards Tower. Has he got enough grunt to get past the VW? He's down the inside. He's made it stick into Tower. Comes on out. BMW ahead of the VW. And that great run down through the Jim Clark S's. They got that Fantana's Mazda in among them, car number 22.
Oh, and that's 29 Matthew Weymouth off the road. He was the winner at Silverstone last time out. He's only 12th today. He qualified a bit further back on the grid than that, but it shows that his weekend at Croft is not nearly as successful as the one he had at Silverstone. That's the 49 car of the race lead, then Will Stacey in that Lotus Elise, the 1.8 litre car, driver from Whittam. But he's now behind
Bidgeway, isn't
behind Bidgeway. Yes, that car is going slowly, isn't it? He has got a problem, yeah.
Drama.
So Bidgeway's now 10 seconds up the road, in fact. Yes, on that lap he's lost 15 seconds, Will Stacey. So looks like he's going to be caught by Rob Boston. Yes, here he is, Rob Boston right with him now. Is he back up to speed, Will Stacey, actually? We'll soon find out if he can keep Rob Boston at bay. I wonder if it was an intermittent issue. In the background there, you can see that the number 53 car is off. That's the Andy Hiley car.
And now he's in trouble, because Boston's gone shooting past Stacey now. Hiley, his second retirement of the day. He's having a miserable day, isn't he?
He's retired at a different corner this time, though, to mix things up. So, yes, hopefully he's got another race to come shortly. Final Sport Specials race of the weekend, so let's hope he doesn't make it a hat-trick from his point of view. Johnny Wilson held up saying, well, the car was going perfectly well when I had it. Not for Andy Hiley. So here is Stacey. He's going to be passed by Andy Marston now. And is. So, Stacey, it'll be interesting to see if he heads to the pits this time. There's 5 minutes or so of the race left to go. So Leon Bidgeway it is now that leads, from Rob Boston in second and Andy Marston third. That will be the case when they come through at the end of this lap. Leon Bidgeway is just completing his next lap now. And Boston, and actually Marston's not got ahead of Stacey yet, so maybe I think it's an intermittent issue for Will Stacey.
Look at that, you see.
It's an issue down the straights, isn't it? Certainly.
Yeah.
Possibly not so much through the corners.
Is it short of a gear? Is it just stuck in a gear?
Possibly, yeah. It looks like it might be, and a relatively low gear, I would suggest.
Yeah.
On the basis that it's able to seemingly carry fair speed around the corners.
A Lotus Elise gear changes are a little bit kind of hit and miss, I think, from memory.
Okay, so he may be able to continue circulating for the remaining 4.5 minutes, and
it's got no pull in a straight line, because he's stuck into one gear. I would suggest.
Yes, I think a reasonable estimation
and
of the situation.
Speed differential down the field, that was Nib, wasn't it? And Kirk on his tail in the green Seat as well.
Two Seats together there. There they are on screen now, just behind Nicole Trout as well, and that's for position.
It is
7th, 8th, and 9th.
It's a two-seater.
So Nicole Trout has these two much bigger cars in her mirrors here. Nicole driving this whole race solo. Stacey has to give best to them with that hobbled car. Oh, and a spin behind us here for number 21. That's Kim Economist, 1 Series BMW, and he's just pulling off onto the grass. I think he will rejoin. Black and white driving standards flag will join somebody, a car with 2 digits in its number. Doesn't narrow it down an awful lot. Presumably a track limits infringement. A whole gaggle of cars going past our commentary box now, including the battle we were looking at a moment ago. We're on board at the moment with the 169 car of Aaron Cook, the Toyota GT86. Just looking to see where he is. He's 24th at the moment in that GT86. Break up on that camera, so we won't stay there for long. Here it is, though. that sort of grey and day-glow yellow car. Pertec livery on the side of it, doing battle with the BMW of Ed Turner. Position within Class C, it is actually for the Class C lead, that one. Ed Turner and Aaron Cook. So this is the Class C lead battle. Well, that's nearly for 23rd and 24th position. It is a battle of some significance. 2.5 minutes left to go. If Ed Turner can bring this car home, also they've turned a few Eds with that victory.
Do 2 more laps then after this one, will they not?
I think so,
11th lap down for Leon Bidgeway.
And there's Rob Boston, so he's lapping there the Class C leaders.
Which actually doesn't help the BMW.
It doesn't.
But it does help the Toyota. And Aaron Cook, who doesn't have any pull in the straight line in comparison to the BMW, is still quicker in the straight line.
Yeah.
Toyota is quicker in the corners.
And the Class A BMW is much quicker than even. Oh, and a spin there for Nick Holdrout. A spin, no, not for Nick Holdrout, I beg your pardon. It's the 100 car that has spun. It's the other Lotus run from the same camp, Lewis Harrison, that has spun, beg your pardon. So that was a car that was running in 21st position. And Holdrout, I think, is still there in 6th place.
Yeah.
As we're in the final knock-ins of this race. So this is Boston versus Brett Evans for 2nd position overall. The little BMW's been off as well. That's the 80 car of David Aspden. BMW Z3, and back into the race goes Lewis Harrison.
That's a really good line of cars for position. There's 5 cars running in a train through the Jim Clark Air Series.
Yeah, and that's Packer backwards, isn't it? Packer, Freeman, Drought, Nib, Kirk, I think.
Yeah. So you got the 2 Golfs, the Lotus, and then you got the 2 Seats.
That's the Leon Bidgeway car that's leading. I think he's going to get one more lap out of this at the end. Still 43 seconds on the clock. Just keep an eye on whether the last lap board's going to be shown. Yes, it is. So he's going to get one more lap at the end of this.
That goes out. And
he is 12 seconds or so clear of Boston. Who
no, he's not now.
Not now.
Because Brett Evans has dived through into the hairpin under braking.
So Evans up to 2nd. Boston still leads his class in 3rd position though. And then 4th is about to come over the line. We're watching at the moment the 17 car of Jake Fraser-Burns, the Honda Integra, ahead on track of the race leader Leon Bidgeway. Bidgeway a little bit on his own as he works his way around the last lap, so possibly we'll be able to pick up the battle that's approaching Clairvaux now.
And Kirk looking down the inside, then he's pulled that move, he's made it happen, and he's passed Phil Knibb into Clairvaux corner.
Down to Tower corner, we've got got Martin Brett Evans in that car now, who's certainly secured 2nd place, I think, and also that battle between the Class C lead has been sorted out, I think. I'll try and pick up on that again in a moment. There's the 21 car of Kim Economy after his spin a couple of laps ago. Clock's counted down to 0 now, so the race about to end. Leon Bidgeway is into the complex, I can see, for the final time. Out of the 2nd part of the complex, into the hairpin he goes. You can see on screen now. All on his own, 13 seconds out in front. Do just need to keep an eye on anything that comes out of race control after the end of this race though. Checkered flag waves. Victory goes to Leon Bidgeway then in car number 32. But who's going to be 2nd? They're side by side through the hairpin. Brett Evans and Rob Boston. And Boston has got his way through there. But on the drag to the line, it's going to be the BMW that gets the place with its extra grunt over the little Class B Lotus. Boston takes 3rd. And then who's going to be 4th? It's a long line of cars. Jonathan Packer 4th, 5th Chris Freeman, 6th Charles Kirk, 7th is going to be Phil Knibb and Nick Holdrout, losing those couple of positions in the last few laps to those Seats. And Nick Holdrout in the Lotus finishes in 8th place. He lost both of those places, I think, on the last lap, in fact. And then 9th, I think, over the line is the Peter Maulsdale BMW, and rounding out the top 10, if he made it, I think he just about has to, Will Stacey. No, he didn't make it into the top 10. He was 11th, but 10th in the end was Christopher Plaskett in the VW Golf GTI. But despite what we think were gearbox issues, Will Stacey has come home in 11th position at the end of 13 laps of the second part of that race.
It was very dramatic, wasn't it, when Rob Boston just seized his opportunity, clattered down the inside, locked everything up, and the BMW was hanging on the outside, and then switched back on the exit of the hairpin.
But surely he knew whatever happened, he was never going to win the drag race to the line.
It was worth a shot, wasn't it? They're racing drivers, these guys.
Absolutely, and Boston's one of the best, a really good driver, multiple Mazda MX-5 winner, and he's raced Lotus in the Lotus
Probably
Elise.
thought he'd come in with that final Boston crab and sort it out, but it didn't quite work.
No, it was a good attempt, dramatic finish to that race, which was won by Leon Bidway by 16 seconds in the end. Still plenty more racing to come here this afternoon at Croft. Coming up next, we've got the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship. But before that, we'll give you the results of the race that we've just seen. So the win went to number 32, Leon Bidway, and he was 16 seconds clear in the end of, in second place, number 37, Brett Evans and Andy Marston. Third to number 9, Rob Boston, he won Class B. Head of number 5, Jonathan Packett, and 14, Chris Freeman. In 6th place was number 211, Giles Kirk. 7th, number 92, Phil Nib. In 8th, number 66, Nicole Drought. Then 9th was 138, Peter Morsell and Stephen Kenton. Christopher Plaskett in the golf, rounding out the top 10. 11th place and backwards, Will Stacey clung on despite those gearbox issues. We think there were gearbox issues anyway, number 49. 12th, number 4, John Monday in the Honda Civic. Then Matthew Weymouth, the Silverstone winner, was 13th in the BMW number 29. 14th, Phil Driver in the box from the back of the grid after an exclusion from qualifying. And 15th was number 95, Andy Bailey. Then you've got Sammy Bowler, Jake Fraser-Burns, Josh Lawton, Mike Edwards and Hugo Holmes. There you can see the Class C result. 22nd overall was number 111, Ed Turner. About a second and a half clear of number 169, Aaron Cook in the end. They had a good little scrap, albeit it was disrupted by the quicker cars coming through. And onto the final screen, we should see our Class D winner. There he is, number 32, Chris Fantala. And we did lose just a couple of cars from that restarted part of the race, so 33 of them made it all the way to the finish. Well, that was the only Takiwa Roadsports Series race of the weekend, but we have a sort of longer version of a similar kind of thing tomorrow when we have the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, the 125-minute race, so almost 3 times as long. That is tomorrow that we will bring that to. In fact, it's the closing race of the weekend. So that's tomorrow. Still more to come today, including Alphas and second races for the categories that we have already seen today here at Croft Circuit. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our overall and class winners from the Roadsports race in just a moment. Tom Butterworth will be down there in the pit lane. We hope to grab all of the interviews before we head back up to the box for the Alfa Romeo race, which is race 6 on the programme. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll hear once again from Tom Butterworth.
Welcome back to the pit lane with your Takiwa Roadsports race 1 winner. It is Leon Bidway, Class A winner as well. So congratulations, Leon. How was that for you?
That was quite hot, actually. Yeah, I was quite surprised. Obviously, with the red flag, it was a bit disjointed, and didn't quite know where he was on the restart. But I think Will had the legs on me, but obviously had a problem, unfortunately. So yeah, I just stuck with it. Just kept my lap times consistent, and I finished the race, which is what I've been aiming for. Really, it's been, we've had quite a lot of problems with the car, so finishing the race and the win, great.
Yeah, fantastic result, absolutely brilliant, and congratulations there. It was a nice overtake round Hawthorns as well to take the lead.
I can't remember, to be honest. This gets a bit of a blur at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, sorry, I can't remember that bit. Yeah,
but that might have been somebody else. It might have been one of the other classes that I've made a mistake there with.
I was with Will. I was following Will, trying to keep up with him.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was. I said after the red flag, there was loads of cars, so you're not quite sure who's way on the track, etc. So
even we were struggling to keep up, as I think you can probably tell. Yeah. Even we were struggling to keep up to figure out who was actually leading after the red flag as well. So yeah, it was all a bit disjointed and yellow flags and safety cars and things like that. But yeah, congratulations and well done for another win.
Thank you.
Cheers. So we'll move on to your Class B winner, if we can find them. Here we go. So Rob Boston.
Hello.
How was that?
Really enjoyable, yeah. It was very enjoyable. Didn't have any comments with the pit lane, so it was tricky to know exactly who was for position and who wasn't. But yeah, some fantastic, fantastic scraps and kept on plugging away. Yeah, I had a couple of moves at the hairpin which were sort of very fruitful for me. So yeah, really pleased to get to the finish, and yeah, just really happy to be here.
So if you got no comms as well, how did you know when to come into the pits?
Oh, well, I basically timed it from the start of the race. I knew we were 15 minutes into the race, and I knew the first opportunity I was going to be in. So, yeah, just take the advantage of the safety car pit stop. So, yeah, did that, and the rest is, yeah, was really great.
Yeah, we were expecting it to be bedlam in the pit lane. As soon as we saw the board come out with the safety car out, and then the pit lane board came out, we were like, yeah, OK, everybody's coming in now. So
well, it was a double safety car. We didn't quite get there with the first one. It went to about 13.5 minutes, so we had to carry on, and then moments later there was the second. So, it was a little bit of very quick thinking and just yeah, quick process, and like, yeah, it's time. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
That's Rob Boston, your Class B winner. And we'll move on to Class C. So that's Ed Turner. Ed, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Ed's over here. Sorry. My apologies. My apologies. Made this a gaff. So way down there, right. So Ed, tell us about Class C. How did that go for you?
Well, Class C, I'm still a novice. So that was unexpected, to say the least. It's my 6th race, so I can remove the old cross after this one. So that's good, and that's a nice way to finish. So I'm completely solo here. We had issues with the car during practice, qualifying. I was getting, you know, all sorts of limited performance and engine management lights on. But you know what? I put a call out round the pits. Everyone came, and that's the spirit of club racing. I've got a new mass airflow sensor borrowed from another car that's doing Class C. So thanks to Jay for that one. And I got it in the car. Nothing returned, and I think it was probably a small matter of the restart and pitting really, really early. And I just went out back again, and it was absolutely epic. Being a Class C guy, starting at the sort of number 2 after the pace car, and seeing all of these fantastic machinery whizzing past, trying to do my best to stay out of the way, but still trying to keep the pace up, because that little Toyota GT86 was right behind me all the way. But in the absence of any blue flags, he wasn't getting through. So I don't have a pit radio this time round. I had no idea where I was. I was just driving my little heart out.
And you did fantastically as well. And as you said, what better way to take the novice plates off than with a race win as well. Absolutely fantastic. Great stuff, Ed. Well, thank you very much indeed. Congratulations on your first race win. Brilliant stuff. So we will throw very quickly over to the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship.
Yes, high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship up next here at Croft, the first of their 2 races this weekend. They have one today and one more tomorrow. And this is how the grid is going to line up. It's a sort of 2-part grid because of the way the different classes work out. So the first part you can see on your screen now. On the front row, 156 is Scott Austin on pole position, and 75 Thomas Hill, or Tom Hill, alongside him. The second row, 14 Andy Page and 5 Graham Seeger. The third row, 80 Andy Inman and 97 Gabriele Icarino. And then the second part of the grid, this comprises of the cars in the Twin Spark Cup class. On the front row there, it's number 8 John Billingsley and 86 Andrew Bork. 23 James Ford and 33 Toby Broom on the second part of that part of the grid, and finally number 9 Richard Ford and number 100 Robin Hall to round out the 12 car field for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. And so the first part of the grid is made up of the cars from the modified class, the Power Trophy, although there's actually no cars from the Power Trophy this weekend, and the V6s. And the second part is for cars from the Twin Spark Cup class. So it's modified and V6 cars on the front of the grid, with 1 minute to go before the green flag lap. Modified cars, those are unlimited capacity production based Alphas or Fiats or Lancias. They race on slicks. They can include supercharged or turbocharged cars, and they can have sequential gearboxes as well. The V6 class, also running in this first wave, is new for 2022, and it's been established to encourage more of the V6 powered Alfas into the championship. A detailed specification has been incorporated into the regulations for this year to facilitate close racing and to restrict costs. And then there's the Twin Spark Cup, which is the second part of this grid. This is very much a standard production class. It uses the 2000cc 2-litre 16-valve twin spark engine, and all of those cars race on Yokohama AO48 control tyres, and that's often where some of the closest racing is to be found. So they do have this two-part grid. They do have a 10-second delay before the second grid is released on the fall of the Union flag. So unfortunately not quite as many cars as we would have hoped for, Marcus, but nevertheless always good to see and hear the Alfa Romeos.
Yeah, particularly hearing them. They're superb cars, aren't they? And they have a really strong following with a kind of a niche market.
Yeah.
And I mean, I used to have a couple of Alfa Cids at points, and really enjoyed them. Fantastic handling, superb little engines. But yeah, there are races for them elsewhere. But these are modern Alfas, and they do look good. And just to say, just a shame in each of the two sections. But we had an extra entry sort of at lunchtime. The late turn up was Gabriele Iaccarino, who qualified out of session at lunchtime, which is obviously great to get an extra car on the grid and see if he can mix it with the others, having done very little in the way of lappery.
This is the second meeting of the season for these cars. They opened the season at Silverstone a month ago. Scott Austin, Tom Hill and Graham Seeger locked out the podiums in both races. Scott Austin winning the modified class, Hill the V6 class, and Andrew Bork won both races in the Twin Spark Cup class as well. So the championship very tight coming into this weekend between those three, as you would expect, as they all had double successes. But with the way that the bonus points fell, it was 42 points for Bork, 41 for Hill, and 39 for Scott Austin coming into
anyone's
weekend.
game, isn't it? The top four separated by 4 points.
And it's early stages in the season that begin at Silverstone, as we said. It goes to Anglesey next, in quite a long gap, actually, 2-month gap before the next meeting. Then they're at Brands Hatch in August, Cadwell Park in September, and Alton Park to round out the season. It's actually quite a northern biased calendar for the Alfas this year, with Croft, Anglesey, Cadwell and Alton all featuring, and only Brands and Silverstone representing the southern half of the country. So we've got the cars forming up onto the grid then. Pole position there, Scott Austin in that Alfa 156, the silver car. Then it's the red car of the multiple champion Thomas Hill alongside him. 5-second board is shown. Don't forget there's a 10-second gap between the two groups of cars getting underway, so don't be alarmed when the second group don't head off. And the first wave get underway. Good start by Tom Hill there, and he is not going to lead them into the first corner as the second group of cars gets away. Relatively quick 10 seconds that seemed to be, but nevertheless it looks like Andrew Bork has made the best of starts there. It is the car from pole position though overall that is leading the way, I think. So that is Scott Austin, number 156, the double winner from Silverstone, that is out in front at the moment from Hill in second place, and there the Twin Spark Cup cars going through Clervaux Corner for the first time, and I expect they will have a good battle. They'll stick together all of the way through this race.
I've also got the Andy Page car, which has now been dropped back to the tail of that first group of 6, and that looks like a meaty device, doesn't it? From a bygone era of Alfa. It's a very square car of Andy Page there, Giulietta.
Yeah.
116.
There's Scott Austin then in the lead, number 156.
Good handling cars. You can see that they do. Look at this. Bit on board stuff through the Jim Clark S's.
James Ford is who we're on board with. He started third within the Twin Spark, but I think he's still third. I think that's just 2 cars ahead of them. One of them is Andrew Bork.
Yeah, Bork leads that group, doesn't he? And the white car through is
John Billingsley, isn't it? Number 8.
Billingsley, yes.
Yeah. So and those two running very close together. They're heading down towards the complex now. The overall leader's already out of the hairpin. But yep, good view this from James Ford's car. He's got another car right behind him as well, which we'll pick up in a second.
That's the Bianco Motorsport car. That's Toby Broom, I suspect it is.
May well be, yeah. Yes, it is the 33 car. So I told you that these cars would stick together, have a good battle, and they have done that so far. Just dropping off the back a little bit is number 100, Robin Horn. Out front overall, though, it is Scott Austin getting away from the rest of the field. Tom Hill still in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, number 5, long-time Alfa Romeo racer, Graham Seeger. That's the number 14 car of Andy Page. And then here's the Twin Spark Cup battle. Andrew Bourke, number 86, and John Billingsley, number 8, is late on the brakes. He throws the car up the inside of Bourke to get the lead of the Twin Spark Cup class. He's done it, and they're catching. Yes, Page is going to pull off in the number 14 car by the looks of it, so he's out of the race. So they don't need to worry about him, but that was a good move there from John Billingsley to get the lead of the Twin Spark Cup class.
Yep, and did absolutely classic job on it. See whether Bourke can counter-attack. 2 and 2. One of them, Ford's car, they're pogoing through the corner at Sunny. Austin continues to lead from Tom Hill. Behind in 3rd place will be the car of Graham Seeger. We've got a pair coming through next. Inman and Yacarino. And then, of course, we've lost Page on the exit of Tower between there and Clark S's.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Twin Spark Cup car's just getting across the line there. The rear of that group being brought up by the number 9 car, which is Richard Ford, the finance director from Gainsborough. His brother James is a couple of places ahead of him on the road. There's Richard, though, started racing in 2014. He's the 2021 Twin Spark Cup champion. He also holds the Silverstone National Lap record as well. Up towards the front, there's the Iacarino number 97 car that's running in 5th place overall, chasing Andy Inman's 156 GTA. As it makes its way through the left and right sweep at the Jim Clark S's. Towards Sunny. So a nice little scrap between these two.
Yeah, the left hooker car of Yacarino, the black one, owned problems for the leader. And
it's not sounding happy, that car, is it?
Very slow out of the hairpin.
Yeah, well, just looking at the lap time as he crosses the line that time. It's not yet updated itself on my screen, unfortunately. But he's still there, he's still out front, Scott Austin.
By a goodly margin, too.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's Tom Hill in 2nd place. There's the race leader. He's got 2 wheels on the grass there on the straight, and I'm not sure what that's all about. He sort of passed the exit of the chicane. And look to see if we can spot anything. That it does go very light at the back, doesn't it?
It's also very softly sprung on the front, you can see it.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe a suspension problem on that car, or maybe steering. Maybe he's clunked a curb and just sort of knocked the tracking out.
In which case, can he continue for the next 14 minutes of this race? There he is, making his way through. But yeah, it could well be a suspension issue on that 156 car now for Scott Austin. But he does have this big lead. He's much quicker in qualifying. He's in a different class. He's actually the only modified car still running. The other one was Andy Page, who's out of this race. The other 4 cars won from the first wave of V6 class cars. Yeah, that suspension issue I think is going to hurt him from now on, possibly. It'll be interesting to see if Tom Hill can close the gap to any extent. Last time through 1:32 for Scott Austin. As if, yeah, that time was a 1:33.61, so it's not losing too much time because of it.
It's still, what, 3 points?
It's got out actually to 4.3.
4.3 now.
Yeah. This is the battle in for third place within the Twin Spark Cup class between James Ford, number 23, and Toby Broom in 33. So James Ford from Lincoln, a clinical pharmacist by occupation. He started racing a little bit longer ago than his brother, back in 2010. He was the Twin Spark Cup winner in 2013, and he won 2 races last year, but he's doing well to hold on to third place here from Toby Broom. Very close scrap between those two. They're about 3 seconds or so behind the 2 leaders within that class. It is still John Billingsley that's ahead of Andrew Bork, the former champion in the Twin Spark Cup division. That's the Bianco liveried car, Bianco, who prepares some of the cars in this championship. 1.5 minutes left to go. Towards Tower.
I think whatever happened with the leader, he got it sussed, found out that it wasn't anything particularly serious, and now he's obviously much harder on the throttle than he had been a couple of laps ago.
That's right. That lap back into the 32s again, as if to make the point. This is the fight for third in the Twin Spark Cup then. And they've got Richard Ford, James's brother, just a little way behind them. I think he's after closing on them a bit. Certainly on the last lap he was lapping in very similar times to the 2 cars ahead of him. So we'll see if he can make it a 3-car scrap for third place. He's a little bit further ahead than Robin Hall, who's just in a personal best lap, but is a bit further down the field. Twin Spark Cup, not maintaining contact with the first 5. We're separated by very little at the moment.
Just wondering whether the second of the Ford cars can join them and make it a proper 3-car battle. Looks like it's benefiting from chasing, just trying to break in the same position or fractionally later than those ahead of him, preferably. Carrying some speed into the corners.
The leader's just been off the road. The 156 car of Scott Austin is back on it now, as you can see, but the gap to Tom Hill has come down. It was 6 seconds at the beginning of the lap. It has come down now, so maybe the ill handling of his car is causing him some issues.
Something out there is fighting him.
That's right. So watching him now go through Clervaux with Tom Hill and the
1.98 between them.
Yes, that's 4 seconds he lost, or just over 4 seconds he lost on that lap. Blue flags being shown. So that's the back marker Robin Hall that they're going to lap at Tower Corner.
It's going to inconvenience the chaser, Tom Hill. Look, he's quick on the exit, and the yellow car stays out wide. Robin Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hill easily able to get past him, a former 4-time champion Tom Hill, mostly I think in the Twin Spark Cup, but also from the Power Trophy as well.
I reckon that's still just around that 2-second mark between those two, that integer between them.
Not a huge gap at all. I can see that further back, it's Gabriele Maccarino's got ahead of Andy Inman now. May have had
a couple of laps ago, yeah.
I just noticed that out of our window. They're still in very close formation, the 2 of those battling for 4th and 5th positions overall. We're watching the leaders at the moment. They come over the line, and I think you're right, that gap's not much different to the 1.98 seconds that it was at the end of lap 6. Just wait for the screen to update
come down
itself.
A chunk.
At the end of lap 7.
1.55.
Yeah, so a lot to choose between them. Hill getting a little bit closer still. So, will we have quite a grandstand finish here. Well, 8.5 minutes still to go, plenty of time for it to unfold. This is the battle for third in the Twin Spark Cup class again. It's still James Ford ahead of Toby Broom there in the 33 car. Toby, who's 51 years of age, from Linfield, a data architect. Started racing back in 1994, did Toby, but has had a long gap out of racing. And this 2-litre car from around about the year 2000, prepared by Bianco Auto Developments. He's renting the car this weekend, and he says on his commentary form here that he was looking forward to racing again this season after 28 years out of the car. So he started racing in 1994 and probably stopped again, so a long gap before his return, and he's having a good race here with James Ford for third in the Twin Spark Cup class. On the way down to Clervaux Corner. Ford having to push hard there, he missed the apex by a distance there. As Broom piles on the pressure. The leaders just go past our commentary box again. I think the lead might have come down again. It was 1.55 at the end of lap 7. It's 1.42 at the end of lap 8 because Tom Hill's just done a personal best lap of the race of 1:33.69. The slow car, John Billingsley slow. That's the number 8 car, the Twin Spark Cup leader. John Billingsley is going to be out of the race. He pulls into the short circuit cut through that's not very often used, and he is out of the race. That hands Andrew Bork, the Twin Spark Cup lead, of course, and that makes this the battle for second place within the Twin Spark Cup. 23 James Ford and 33 Toby Broom.
And that was getting exciting because James Ford was a little bit oversteery through there. Now it's in the back of the car, pogoing again round Sunny.
Absolutely right. And they've got quite a gap to make up to Andrew Bork, so I'm not sure they're going to catch him, and equally a good gap back to Richard Ford, James's brother, who's in 4th position. Into the complex they come for the 8th time in their race. With 6 minutes left on the clock in this 20-minute high-tech electric
Here's a chance for Broom to cut back, but he's gone out a little bit wide, just out onto the curb. That's hampered his exit speed.
Yes, and now there's a bit more of a gap between these two, between Ford and Broom. And it is the 33 car that we can see, the Bianco Auto Developments prepared car being rented by Toby Broom. New fastest lap for Scott Austin, so those problems that he was having is putting behind him, and he's got that gap back out now to more than 3 seconds, 3.77 seconds. In fact, over Tom Hill, 132.07, and that's well outside the lap record of 129.618 set by Barry McMahon. That may well have been last year when the Alphas were here. It was part of a Ferrari festival event. Support race to that. So, actually this is a battle for second in the Twin Spark Cup class. Ford, the clinical pharmacist in this car that he's prepares himself, although he's supported by Bianco at racing events. Built the car back in 2012 as 156 Twin Spark, as well as racing the Alps. He's done a 4-hour endurance race at Zandvoort in the past, over in the Netherlands. Now a Grand Prix venue once again.
Yeah, much change from the original layout, which opened in the back end of the 1940s.
So Broom getting a bit closer to him now. Black and white driving style as flag for somebody. Again, we know not who, because the numbers are pointing in the wrong direction for us to see on that shot. Towards the drivers, of course. And again, he's pogoing, he's missing the apex. It's not very tidy from James Ford, but it's still somehow effective in keeping him ahead of Toby Broom. That's Andrew Bork just flashing through a shot there. He's well, it says on our screen 2 seconds, and he looks like a little bit further ahead than that actually. Now in the Twin Spark Cup division.
Yeah, that the lead battle seems to fluctuate as well.
Yeah, it's come down again then, hasn't it?
Yeah.
3.7 on the previous lap. Still a nice little scrap going on as well, I can see, for 4th position overall between Gabriele Iaccarino and Andy Inman. The leaders now, or the leader is lapping this battle that we've been watching between Broome and James Ford. Got past Broome. And getting past Ford as well. So possibly that's what's causing the gap to fluctuate a little bit between the two leaders. The fact that there we go. There's
there he goes.
Quite rapidly past us. Goes Scott Austin in the race lead. So we're on board there with James Ford. Can just about live with Austin through the twisty complex, but as soon as he gets onto the start and finish straight, the gap will open up quite quickly between the two of them. And you've got Tom Hill as well. He's about to go past the 23 car of James Ford as well, but that all has split up a little bit, the two leads. We're going on to the last lap. The last lap board being shown a little bit early, it would seem. And we do have 1 or 2 cars to pick up after retirements during that race, not incidents as such, but breakages. This lap board has already been shown to Scott Austin. They were 1 lap early than it might otherwise have been. He is 2.3 seconds ahead going on to this final lap of this high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. Alfa's switching to 750 Motor Club affiliation a couple of years ago. Previously raced with the British Racing Sports Car Club. And again, been a welcome addition to the paddock as the F1000s were a couple of years earlier. Good to have a further variety on the 750 Motor Club bill. And there's Andrew Butt. You didn't need to get all the way off the road to allow the race leader to come through.
And that's compromised his speed quite dramatically. The momentum has dropped off.
It has. So that's Tom Hill, the other of the leaders, to lap him there. Just as well, really. It's the last lap, because otherwise it might have closed the gap. Well, actually, it's still a big gap, isn't it, from Bork to James Ford. I think he could afford to take it easy. But the leader coming through the complex for the final time, just ahead of the car we're watching there, which is Andrew Bork. There's the last lap board. That's going to be replaced by the checkered flag, and there is the checkered flag, and it's going to be shown to Scott Austin, who's going to win for the 3rd time this season in the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. He wins overall, he wins the modified class, and Tom Hill takes 2nd place in the end, 1.75 seconds behind the race leader. Might have been a bigger victory margin for Austin were it not for the issues that we suspect that he had. We might find out from Tom, yes, whether he did have some suspension issues, as we think he might have done. So the first 2 cars have gone through, and then we've also had through the 3 Twin Spark Cup podium finishes: Andrew Bork, James Ford, and Toby Broome, and Richard Ford as well, indeed. So we're just waiting for a few of the sort of back-marking cars from the first wave. 3rd place is going to be Graham Seager in the number 5 car. He's had a very quiet race all on his own, but there's been a good scrap for 4th and 5th between Gabriele Iaccarino, or Gabs as he prefers to be known, who only started racing last year, the CEO of Attuned Technology Limited.
Got back past him, man.
He has, hasn't he, on the last lap to take the 4th place in the 3.2 litre V6 Alfa Romeo GT, a car that he bought in Amsterdam just before the first lockdown, prepared it himself as a hobby to keep himself busy in lockdown, and then decided to race it. So there we go. Let's have a look at the results of the Alfa Romeo Championship race, backed by high-tech electronic materials, in just a second. There we go. Scott Austin confirms the winner, 1.76 seconds clear in his number 156 car, ahead of 75 Tom Hill in 2nd place. In 3rd place it's number 5 Graham Seager, 4th number 97 Gabriele Iaccarino, 5th number 80 Andrew Inman, and 6th place in winning the Twin Spark Cup class was number 86 Andrew Bork, from 23 James Ford, 33 Toby Broome, 9 Richard Ford, and 100 Robin Hall. Those were the only finishers. If we do see anyone on the next screen, they didn't finish. John Billingsley and Andy Page both pulled off within about 50 yards of one another on the exit of Tower Corner.
And the Alphas are back out again tomorrow.
Yes, they are. So have another race for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race tomorrow. Still more racing to come here this afternoon, though, at Croft Circuit. And don't forget, the 750 Motor Club have a very full programme of racing after this weekend at Croft. So the next meeting we have, well, we have some content at Castle Combe on June the 11th and 12th, the 5 Club OX5s and the Hot Hatch Championship. That's going to be at Castle Combe, but the next full 750 Motor Club meeting is at Pembrey on the 18th and 19th of June, where we have the 116 Trophy. We have 750 Formula, Classic Stock Cats, the Clio Sport Championship, Historic 750 Formula, Low Costs, Mazdas, Sports 1000, the Type R Trophy, and the Mighty Minis join us at Pembrey. First visit to Pembrey for the 750 Motor Club for a few seasons, so we look forward to going back to South Wales next month. And then the season continues with the following meeting being at Brands Hatch at the beginning of July, before we have events at Anglesey, Snetton, Donington, etc., etc., throughout the rest of the year.
Quite a long old haul from here to Pembrey, 340 miles.
Yes, it would be, and thankfully I'm not going from here. But nevertheless, it's a good 4 hours even from Sutton Coldfield. Anyway, we'll hopefully hear from Tom Butterworth in a moment. I imagine he'll have our class winners. In fact, he is ready now, so let's go down to him in the pit lane.
And down here in the pit lane, and once again with your overall race winner, Scott Austin. Scott, once you've taken your balaclava off, allow me to present you with your garland.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on the overall race win as well. What's it like out there? I've been asking everybody sort of how their race went and that kind of thing, but what's the track conditions like at the moment? How are you finding it out there? Is it slippy? Is it greasy? Is it perfect race conditions? Because you were out for practice this morning and it was quite cold and breezy, and it seems a lot warmer now.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's not much different from this morning, to be totally honest. Just had to warm the tyres up a little bit harder. Apart from that, it was fine.
Okay, and your race?
I lost second gear, so I was really slow out of the hairpin, and Roger, Tom was all over me in there, but I could pull away from him in the straight, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, just hanging on for the win, really.
So once you got into third, fourth,
I left it in third for the hairpin, and it was a bit slow, bogging down coming out. But then when it picked up, it was fine. But I don't think I'll have time to fix it for the next race, but it'll have to be what it'll have to be.
Well, fingers crossed for you. It kept you honest in that one anyway.
Yeah, dodging the seagulls down the start-finish straight.
You didn't fancy doing the, what was it, the years ago, Andrea Iannone, where he head-butted one in the MotoGP?
Oh, I didn't see that, no. Well, if he can fly through the window screen and then then I'd headbutt him, but otherwise, no.
Just try and dodge them as best you can.
Yeah, cheeky buggers, aren't we?
Well, thank you very much, Scott, and congratulations again on your overall win. So we will move down to second place. Second place on the road, actually, and your V6 winner. So that's Thomas Hill. Hi Thomas, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, very good.
Kept him honest.
Yeah, as I say, it was it was a tricky race, quite a warm one, I think. You know, trying to keep the tyres on side and keep them warm and not too hot, sort of thing. Okay. But as ever, you know, Revs Italia, stellar job with the car, turns in really nice, absolute handling is fantastic.
Scott was saying that he was having to work quite hard to keep the tyres warm, so you were obviously finding it the other way.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm typically quite aggressive in the opening lap sort of thing, so I sometimes struggle a little bit with heat in the end of the race. But you know, to be honest, I think we managed to keep a decent pace sort of thing, and as I say, just about hang on to Scott's coattails.
Okay, well, it was fantastic as well. So, yeah, great action, and congratulations on your class win.
Cheers,
thank you. And we'll move on to Andrew Bourke, who is your Twin Spark class winner. How was that, Andrew?
It was tough, hard work, but yeah. I think for me, well, the aim was to try and get the start down, which we've done well, and then managed to get ahead of John. He actually passed me going into, I can't remember the name of the corner, but it was the right-hander before the back straight. Fair play, good move, and then, to be honest, he was edging every lap, and then he seemed to just pull in. I don't exactly know what happened with him, but you know, I was there to take the win, so you know, I'm happy with that one. So yeah, definitely.
Great stuff. All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations on your class win. So we will move back over to our Roadsports series very shortly. I think we're just going to have a short intermission, but the Roadsports series will be up next. That will be followed by the F1000, and they will be our final 2 races of the day. Also, just one final thing, it's really clouded over here as well. And just while we've been doing the interviews, it was very nice and sunny earlier on. It's really clouded over now, so that could affect tyre temperatures going into the final 2 races. Thanks very much.
We're here with the communications manager of the 750 Motor Club, James Stonley. James, the 750 Motor Club in the 2022 season, it's looking a good year ahead.
Yeah, we're all set for an exciting, busy year again. 2021 was a very good year for the club. It was great to have a lot of newcomers joining us, both from elsewhere, but also novices coming in. And a lot of appetite for club level racing, and hoping to see the same again this year with a packed calendar.
Obviously, there was a lot of challenges worldwide over the last couple of years. How have the club adapted to the new way of life?
There's been, there's certainly been some positives that have kind of come out of the, I suppose, upheaval of pandemic-related issues. Processes are a lot more efficient, kind of going forwards. A lot more is done online now, which ultimately, if we can refine those processes to make life easier for the competitors, but also crucially, the officials and the marshals, and try and ease that process into, I suppose, the new generation of the admin procedures, then it works really well.
Obviously, the club's changed a lot over the years. What are the sort of the new things over the last few years that people can come to expect from the 750 Motor Club?
From the competitors' point of view, we've got online signing on. We're doing everything kind of digitally in advance, so a little bit more to do on the run-up to a race meeting, but you don't necessarily have to be up quite as early, at a race meeting. But we're constantly progressing, adding new things. We're doing a lot more live streaming. For competitors, it works for everybody. It works for the competitors, the sponsors, and just to get the 750 Motor Club kind of brand and club motorsport really out there to the wider world that perhaps don't know we exist.
And for the on-track championships, how have they had to adapt over the last few decades?
I mean, it's a kind of constant progression really for many championships. We've got such a varied range from kind of development formulae to kind of one make series, and it's a kind of natural progression for some, and a lot going on both in terms of the car builds and refining things to keep costs down for competitors where necessary by refining the regulations.
You mentioned regulations there. There's obviously some championships which are much more tightly than others, so if you perhaps like building a car, there's some championships that perhaps prefer that type of competitor.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's we kind of cater for every competitor, whether it's somebody that wants to be really hands-on and build a car, completely from scratch. It's obviously 750 Formula, this championship going, and that is having a good resurgence over the last kind of year or two. New people coming in, and you can literally start from scratch. And that we have other formulae that are like that. If you're that way inclined, or there's kind of things in between: buy a chassis, convert it. But then right to the other end of the scale, we like to make it easy. So if you just want to go hatchback racing or saloon car racing, there's formally where you just need to do the bolt-in roll cage and some basic bolt-on modifications, and it's not a huge challenge. And then taking that a step further, in most of the formulae there are teams that work around 750 Motor Club paddock that can offer just an arrive and drive option. So you've got the licence and your safety kit, turn up with your helmet and your suit and your licence, and away you go.
And if you are new to racing, the best way is to contact the club directly, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. Always encourage people to just pick the phone up, give us a call. Happy to talk through all the different formulae we run and the steps involved in getting your licence. But also, come along to a race meeting and chat to us in person, speak to the drivers, and we try and ensure that although you might be on track for 45 minutes or something like that across a weekend, it is the whole weekend has got to be an enjoyable experience. And, that is a really prime factor for 750 Motor Club. So anything we can do to improve that experience, we do, and ensure that everybody has a good time, both on track and off.
And you mentioned there about obviously on track it's all very competitive, but in the paddock there's a really good feel.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as I say, that really has been a long-standing part of the club. Everybody wants to win on track, but nobody wants to win by leaving somebody back in the pit. So you have a mechanical problem, your rivals on track will descend on your car and help you get it fixed, get back out. And in the evenings it's social, there's barbecues, and everybody makes new friends, and it's always really encouraging to see and nice to see when newcomers kind of come involved, and it becomes kind of their life both on and off track.
And for those that are not sure what sort of budget they can commit to, what sort of things should they be looking at?
It's kind of in some ways it's how much you kind of want to spend, how much you want to get involved. One thing we always try and get across from the start is that you don't have to commit to a full season in any championship. There's no obligation to sign up with the big bill at the beginning of the season. Do as many or as few races as you want once you've got the licence and your kit, and if you're running your own car, do a few track days, come and do some racing. So you can get involved. You can do a whole season in some of our championships for kind of £3,000, that sort of range upwards. If you're sharing a car in something like Roadsports, you could probably do it for that maybe even a little bit less. But then if you were wanting to do a ride and drive in one of the kind of quicker, more involved championships, you're probably looking at kind of £20,000 and upwards. really depends what you want to spend on the car yourself. But whatever kind of your budget is, we should hopefully be able to find a home for you.
Thanks, James, and hopefully some of you watching at home today might be on track soon.
We would welcome them with open arms.
Thank you. We're here with the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship coordinator, Thomas Langford. Tom, 2022 Bike Sports, how's that looking?
It's looking really promising. We've got a huge grid for 2022 for both classes, so we're really excited about it.
And if you're new to racing, for example, and think you want to go really quickly, Bike Sports is a great way to go, I guess.
It is a fantastic way to go racing if you're new to motorsport. They're very fast using slicks and wings, but it's a fantastic way to start.
Obviously, I guess an easy way to get in it, there's lots of radicals on the field, but that's not the only way you can go racing in bike sports.
There's a plethora of manufacturers you can choose, such as Spire, Mattel, ADR as well. So radical isn't the only option, but it is the most vehicle used on the grid. So you'll be able to find plenty of parts if something were to go wrong, and plenty of data as well to get that leg up quickly.
And there's a class system in bike sports. How does that work?
So Class A is sort of your tuned engine specification, and Class B is our production-based engine specification, both up to 1500cc, and there's different weights for your engine capacity. So 1500 will have the highest weight, 1340cc sort of your middle weight, and in Class B there's a 1000cc option, which is the lightest weight.
And obviously we mentioned about new drivers can get into bike sports, but also it's a great place to go if you've been racing either with the club or elsewhere in other things. We've seen lots of drivers adapt really well to the bike sports cars.
Yes, I mean, most drivers start in Sports 1000 and then move sidewards to bike sports, and we find a few of them mostly in Class B production-based cars. So it's a big step up from Sports 1000.
And would you say you need to do lots of testing and things in bike sports, or is it a way you can sort of just do it the odd day before you can get going?
You can do the odd day here and there. I'd recommend doing a bit of testing because they are very fast and it's very competitive. So I would recommend that.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much.
We're here with Alan Robson with the 5 Club Racing MX5 Championship. Alan, an Imagine MX5 is a great way to go racing.
Absolutely fabulous way to go racing. I think of all the championships in the UK, the MX5 produces probably some of the closest racing, and not necessarily the cheapest anymore, but certainly in the, shall we say, cost-effective area.
And if someone is new to racing, what sort of budget should they be thinking if they just want to get started?
For getting started, a car will cost you somewhere between £5,000 and £6,000 ready built, something that's good to go, mid-pack car, and it's seat time after that, so probably a budget of £10,000 a year for the first year, but you've always got the car.
And also, obviously, someone can prepare the car themselves, but if they're not able to do that, there's plenty of people around the paddock that can help.
There's plenty of people around the paddock that can help out. There's two or three teams that will run them. I mean, we're sitting right next door to one, Mr. Short's team, and they run quite a few hire cars. So yeah, if you want to try it out, it's not a problem. Try it out, do a couple of races. If it's for you, great. If it's not for you, move on.
And the 5 Club Racing paddock is a really friendly one. Everyone's helpful, and it's a great atmosphere when you're not actually racing.
Well, yes, it's always been a friendly paddock. We try and foster the friendliness, because at the end of the day we're only on circuit for sort of an hour a weekend, but we've got to live with each other in the paddock all weekend. A good incident, we were out last night, everybody having a meal. There must have been about 30 drivers all in the same place having a meal, all getting on.
And if someone is totally new and they're not sure how to get involved, who's the best people to contact?
Just they can contact they can contact 5 Club through the website, or phone me. My number's always available, or phone any one of the teams like Ben Short Motorsport or whatever. It's not a problem. It's very easy.
Thanks, Alan. We look forward to seeing more people on the grid very soon.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, it's the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship coming up next here at Croft. League second and final race of the weekend for these cars. They've already had one earlier on today where the winner was Lewis Ward. And we will see if we can give you the grid for this second race of the weekend, which was determined by the second fastest times in qualifying this morning. And it'll be interesting to see if Andy Hiley's there on pole position, because he was a retirement from race one, the multiple champion. But he did put his car on pole position based on his qualifying time in the number 53 car. So it should be 53, Andy Hiley on pole position, and alongside him, number 15, Clive Hudson. I said reading the wrong piece of paper. Yes, number 4, Lewis Ward, as it says on your screen. Second row, 56, Gary Goodyear, and 11, Paul Collingwood. The third row is 15, Clive Hudson, and 64, Anton Landon. On to row 4 now, and that was number 17, Paul Boyd. Beside him is number 7, Stuart Much. Darren Griffin in 42 and David Hughes in 76 are on the 5th row. Row 6 is 58, Mickey Scott, and number 30, Stuart Thompson. Then on row 7 it's 10, Nigel Brown, and 46, Warren Vesey. Row 8 is 26, Alan Robinson, and 44, Stuart Roskill. Row 9 is 79, Sylvia Much, and 65, Martin Hayward. And completing the field, we should have on row 10, 77, Brad Snow, and 20, and that's Andrew Hayward. A reminder that earlier on today, the victory, that went the way of Lewis Ward. It was a dramatic race. Andy Hiley, the leader, hit problems. Marcus will just explain what those were in a moment, but that allowed Lewis Ward to come through to take his first win in the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship in his Westfield. He was 5 seconds clear of Gary Goodyear, who had his best result for some time in the ARL GTR. He took second place, and Anton Landon took third, just narrowly behind Gary in the Sienna Mark II. And there was a very dramatic finish to the Class B race as well, and eventually that was won by Warren Vesey in his Fisher Fury. That was decided at the final corner, and Stuart Much won Class C for the MEV Exocet Rs.
It was all pretty exciting stuff. I mean, Andy Hiley led until the fan belt popped off his Kronos. You saw the charge light come on. They thought no, and he pulled off. to make sure everything was okay. There was a dramatic chase for second when Gary Goodyear managed to ambush Anton Landon right towards the end. So Gary Goodyear in the ARL GTR's Spire body car in that sort of Dayglow yellow colour scheme pips the African Moth, the Santa one, to Anton Landon. Best of the Eclipses that had a fairly fraught race. I mean, I think at least 2 of the Eclipses had little excursions or spun. It was Paul Collingwood in 11 who was fourth ahead of Paul Boyd and Clive Hudson, both of whom spent much of their races playing catch-up. And Stuart Much, after some interesting exchanges in the early part of the Mev Exocet class with the car Griffin, and others were in on the act. He charged along, had a really good race, and he finished in 7th place ahead of David Hughes and Mickey Scott. Those first 3 Mev Exocets were running in 7th, 8th and 9th overall, and then Warren Vesey managed to snatch B right at the very end, in a really sort of tight finish with Stuart Thompson, who led most of the way in the MK Indy RR. Stuart got it all wrong at the hairpin last lap, came out on the grass. Warren Vesey nipped by. Nigel Brown went with him, although he's in a different class, but there it is. So now I can see that Andy Hiley is there, as is Lewis Ward, and looks like most of the protagonists are there.
Just to say, the points updated after that last race, Josh Barrett, who's not often with us, but he's at home this weekend, he's corrected and updated the points for us. Andy Hiley, he has 28 points, Lewis Ward 25, Paul Boyd 23, Clive Hudson 22, Anton Landon 22, so very close within Class A. And Class B, Warren Vesey 38, Stuart Thompson 33, Brad Snow 25. And Class C, Stuart Much 26, David Hughes 25, Darren Griffin and Mickey Scott 24 apiece. So all very tight, but we've only had 3 rounds. There's a long way to go in this Sports Specials season, but still everything to play for. 5-second board has been shown. 15-minute race for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Almost ready for the off. Red lights go on, and out they go. Good start by Lewis Ward from the outside of the front row. Bit of a smoky start for someone a little bit further back, I think, but they've all got away and down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. It is Lewis Ward that's got the lead of the race in his Westfield. Then from Andy Hiley in 2nd place, Paul Collingwood 3rd. Then you've got 2 of the Mevs side by side, and 4 of them together, and that's the Warren Vesey, the Class B winner from race 1. He spun at the 2nd corner at Hawthorne there. He's gone right to the back of the field, so he's got work to do, and the 2 leaders are almost side by side as they go to Tower Corner. Hiley on the outside line. I think he's done it, yes, around the outside, yes he has. So Andy Hiley gets the better of Lewis Ward at Tower on the opening lap of the race. Is locking up a little bit there. A bit further back down the order was the number 76 Mev of David Hughes.
Yeah, Warren Vesey's got it all to do now from the back, hasn't he? But riding on board with one of the Eclipses, that's Paul Boyd's, isn't it? Yeah. The yellow one. And you can see up ahead of him is Clive Hudson. Ahead of Hudson is the Dayglow car of Gary Goodyear, the ARL. And that's coming out of Sunny up towards the complex. And you can see them now approaching. Anton Landon is behind that group. And then we've got 4 of the Mevs together, with Stuart Much at the head of that group. Dan Griffin, I think, behind him. Then we've got, I think it's Mickey Scott, and then the emerald-coloured car in there of David Hughes.
As Paul Collingwood peels into the pit lane at the end of the first lap, so he's had problems. He finished 4th in race 1, and yeah, he's stopped his car just down beneath us and getting out of it now, so he's out of the race. We're back on board with Paul Boyd, though. Clive Hudson just ahead of him, the 2 old friends and rivals, and just ahead you've got the Gary Goodyear ARL as well.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Fantastic riding on board. Let's see the Alpha Live cameras, and you can see now, whether Paul Boyd, who's got Anton Landon absolutely herring after him in the Sienna. There's been a change up ahead because Hudson's dived past the 56 car of Goodyear into Tower, and that exposes Goodyear to the next to the Eclipses, which is Paul Boyd, with the Sienna there behind as well. So this is Hudson, Goodyear, Boyd and Landon running 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yep, and they're at Sunny Corner now, in and out of it very quickly indeed. And Goodyear then just ahead of Paul Boyd. The top two really have got a long way clear already. We've only had less than 2 laps, but it's Andy Hiley leading and Lewis Ward in 2nd position at the moment. There is Goodyear, and he's both trying to get a position away from Hudson and under pressure from Paul Boyd all at the same time, with the sign there of Landon in 6th. And there's a gap back to the first of the Class C cars, which is Stuart Much, as you can see on screen there. Andy Hiley is just in the best lap of the race, a 1:27.10, half a second faster than he managed in the first race. So that's interesting, because in the other races we've seen the lap time slower in the second race.
Yeah, it is, and that's the type of car I guess this is. Just responds a little bit better this time of day.
Yeah, so he's getting away from Lewis Ward in 2nd, down towards Tower Corner. We've got this 4-way fight for 3rd position. Boyd on camera car, number 17, just behind Gary Goodyear. Both of these very experienced races in this championship now. In fact, all 4 of these very experienced races in this championship. Here you can see the MEV division, a whole phalanx of them heading through, 4 of them together. Stuart Much, Mickey Scott, David Hughes and Darren Griffin. I think they're still in that order.
Yes, they've changed from the first lap, a wholesale change, with the exception of Much, who still leads that little bunch.
And there's Nigel Brown on screen. He's just behind the Class B leader. Brown himself a Class A driver, but the Class B leader there you can see on screen, that's number 30, Stuart Thompson.
Yes, who leads his class, and has got a bit of a cushion now, of course, because Warren Vesey went off. Now, I saw Lewis Ward's car, I think ahead of that group. It looked a little bit smoky. Here comes Boyd on Goodyear. Comes to the inside as he outbrakes him calmly down the inside. There ahead of him is the putty grey coloured Eclipse.
Yeah, well, he's made it through, hasn't he? So the 2 Eclipses now ahead of 56, Gary Goodyear. He's gone down to 5th position, and Anton Landon there in 6th. So Boyd will pick up the chase of Clive Hudson now. Hudson, though, is 2nd or so ahead of him at the moment. Turning his way through Tower there with 10 minutes of the race left to go, so still 2/3 of it to go. Head off through the Jim Clark S's towards Barcroft and Sunny once again. Lap the race to Andy Hiley, a 1:26.25. In Class B, Stuart Thompson leads, of course. Marcus Roskill 2nd, Brad Snow 3rd, and Warren Vesey is in 4th position, but trying to make up time after that off on the opening lap.
Yeah, he's got past Hayward and Robinson, hasn't he? So
leaders coming through to complete their 4th lap, which is Andy Hiley still ahead of Lewis Ward.
1:26.25 is the new fastest lap for our race leader.
Here's the MEVs, and it is a real battle. There's the 58 car, which is Mickey Scott, 2nd in that group behind number 7 Stuart Much, but he brakes late there, does Mickey Scott, and I think that really compromises his exit from the corner. David Hughes and Darren Griffin, they're going to swap places as well, I think. Someone's kicked up the dust, I can see it, Clairvaux. I think it's one of those cars that are in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, but I know not which one. They're there on the screen now, though.
It's Warren Vesey having a good go to take another place.
Just on screen, Anton Landon now ahead of Gary Goodyear. So it may well have been Goodyear kicking up the dust and Landon sneaking through as he did so.
Yeah, fastest lap, 1:26.25, more than a second quicker than he went earlier on.
That's quite something.
For our race leader, Andy Hiley.
Yes, and as we said, well underneath the lap record, but that was 5 years old, so very different conditions prevailing at that time.
And a different surface.
Different surface. Cars have been developed further, so lots of things explaining why it's been so comprehensively reduce that lap record. Battle coming through into the complex. There's Goodyear, who's lost ground, so he was third, wasn't he, in the early stages?
Yeah.
Now in sixth, with half of this race still to go. Pull on to the... Oh, there's Vesey, and he's alongside Snow now. That's at Sunny Corner, coming down towards the complex here. So Vesey in the 46 car, he's the
Snow's
driver.
got him back.
He has. I don't think that's the end of it, though.
No, the Snow car, is Snow very tall? Or is it the ergonomics of the car that are very strange? He seems to sit on that car.
Doesn't he? Brad Snow in the Silver Phoenix from Bristol.
Oh, and Snow gets a real fired off the curb across towards the pit lane, so he lost out, had to back off out of it. And we've got Hudson touched the grass on the exit of Tower, and Boyd went straight past him, so that was a change.
Meanwhile, we've had a spinner, 26 Alan Robinson on the exit of the hairpin, so yes, it is now Boyd up to third position ahead of Clive Hudson, number 15 now, so Boyd probably as high up as he's going to get in this race, unless one of the two leaders falls off, because they're 15 seconds and 18 seconds ahead respectively, as Hiley goes through to complete lap number 6 with about 9 minutes of the race left to go. 6 minutes of the race left to go, I should say, as we're counting down rather than up on our screen.
Bodywork on those Eclipses is different, with the sort of fared-in tonneau cover on the on Hudson's car.
They go over the line, Anton Landon 5th, 64 Klein, 56 is Gary Goodyear, so it's 53 the leader, Andy Hiley, 4 in second Lewis Ward, and 17 Paul Boyd, 15 Clive Hudson, 64 Anton Landon, 56 Gary Goodyear, and then the battle that you can see on screen now, Mickey Scott is still there in the 58 car, just behind the Class C leader, which is Stuart Much.
Oh, the bonnet's missing from the Griffin car. Hard to tell really, but
yes.
It is missing. You see straight into the engine bay, and here comes a change, and that's the green MEV. That's David Hughes coming past 58, which is Mickey Scott.
Very evenly matched these cars. I believe they are 1.8 litre turbocharged cars that race within Class C in the MEV Exocet
Hughes is now really challenging Stuart Much, but I mean, if Stuart Much is the sort of Mr. MEV, then he won't want to be losing out points, will he, to his buddies here, because the MEV class can now qualify to win the championship.
It can indeed, and I think we said points-wise, there's only about 3 points covering the first 4 in the points coming into this round.
Yeah.
But a long way to go still. And they're ahead on the road of Stuart Thompson and Nigel Brown as well. You just saw them briefly in the background there.
Landon's got the Sienna going a bit better now, and he's closing in on Clive Hudson.
He is, yeah. That time through, Landon did a 1:28.57. Hudson did a personal best lap of 1:28.93, but it was still slower than what Landon achieved on that lap by about 4/10 of a second.
28.57, so the gap between them is about 8/10.
There goes the Class C battle over the line, followed by the Class B driver, and then the Class A driver, so Class B driver being...
Vesey has virtually caught 44, which is Marcus Roskill, isn't it?
Which will be for second within Class B, that battle now.
Yes, because the car between them and Stuart Thompson in the MKRR is the A-class car of Nigel Brown.
And there's also about 10 or 11 seconds between them as well, so I
There
think
is that.
second is probably as much as what Vesey can hope for in this race within Class B. And it will be important for him to try and get up there for points within Class B in the championship standings. Fairly even distribution between all three classes on the grid today. No class has significantly more cars than any other. So that's the 42 car we're looking at, Darren Griffin, so fourth of the MEVs, the Class C cars. Just Mark says a very, very clear view of the engine there, with the bonnet missing. Watching the fixed camera there as the cars head down into the complex from Sunny. And they turn their way now through the right-hander at the second part of the complex, but it's the best battle of the race at the moment for 9th and 10th positions overall between Mickey Scott and Darren Griffin. We've had 11 3/4, no, more like 12 3/4 minutes of the race now. Going to get a change here, I think. Oh, no, Griffin not quite able to get up the inside of Scott there into Clervaux corner for 3rd in the class and 9th overall. There's the class leader, which is Stuart Much. The driver just behind him is David Hughes, just kicked up the dirt a little bit as he got a wheel on the grass exiting the corner.
Warren Vesey has managed to dispose of Marcus Roskill, and on the long straight up towards Tower, he's probably 3/4 the length of that straight behind class leader Stuart Thompson.
Mickey Scott, I think, has lost out there with a bit of a mistake at Tower corner, so I think that's Darren Griffin ahead of him now for 3rd place within class C, or is it? No, maybe not. Maybe it's still Scott ahead, beg your pardon. Only a minute or so left on the clock. The last lap board I think will go out to Andy Hiley next time he comes through. Andy Hiley just at the moment is at the S's, Clark S's. So he's got about a 1/3 of a lap to go and then one more. There's the 58 car of Scott then, just still ahead of Darren Griffin in the fight for 9th and 10th positions. There goes Stuart Thompson going over the line. He's going to win Class B here, I think, because he's a long way clear of Warren Vesey. Vesey having cleared Marcus Roskill, as Marcus said. Mev still merrily battling away.
Last lap board going out now to Andy Hiley.
Yeah, much more successful race it seems, this one, than the other two has competed in today. The Roadsports race when he retired the Elise.
Personal best in the 26s though, for the Chaser, 2.48 seconds between them. Lewis Ward chasing well.
Yeah, with that Westfield with the 2-litre Ford Duratec engine car, prepared by Premier Wheel Staff and his team Forward Racing, car owned by Premier Wheels. He's raced it since, they've owned it since February this year. New car for Lewis Ward and a new championship for him as well. We've seen him out in the MR2s in the past. There we see him just on screen now. Not far behind Andy Hiley. Actually was 2.48 seconds the gap at the beginning of this lap, but it's come down now.
Yeah, Andy's often quite cautious in the latter stages of a race when he has that advantage. He may have an issue, of course, but it tends to back off. He's got a big lead just to make absolutely sure he's got cars ahead of him which probably aren't going to trouble him unless he catches them at the hairpin, which he might.
He might do, you know.
But he needn't do anything about them. Needn't do anything about it. It's going to be a bit of a drag race again, but I think rear-engined, rear-wheel drive engine sitting over the driven wheels is going to prevail. And there we go. Andy Hiley wins it from Lewis Ward by not very much at all actually, and Lewis Ward got the fastest lap of the race.
He did, a fantastic effort.
1:25.93.
Absolutely fantastic effort. So Andy Hiley, a double winner at Donington. It's his 3rd win of the season, therefore, in the Freaky Park Sports, Castle Cooper should say, Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. Lewis Ward, a great fine lap from him to get to within 2/3 of a second of the winner. 3rd over the line has gone Paul Boyd, 4th has gone Clive Hudson, that's 17 and 15. Anton Landon, number 64, takes 5th place. Gary Goodyear, number 56, completes the top 6. And then we get into the MEVs, and they have not yet gone through. Where are they? I'm trying to spot where they are. Yeah, here they are. They're coming into the complex now, behind our commentary box for the final time. It looks like it is going to be Stuart Much that's going to take the Class C victory once again in his MEV Exocet R. And there we can see the battle for 3rd on screen now. It's Mickey Scott and Darren Griffin. It's going to be Scott that gets the better of that battle. It's much that's won the class from Hughes. Scott's going to take third.
Stuart Thompson has somehow got behind Nigel Brown in the A car that led him through. And here comes Stuart Thompson, and in his mirrors he'll be able to see the bright green car of Warren Vesey.
Just as well it was a 15-minute race and not a 20-minute race then from his point of view, I think. So Stuart Thompson gets the Class B win. So we've got two different class winners this time, Andy Hiley and Stuart Thompson. And Stuart much the only double winner today in the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
His last lap, Thompson, was a 39, and 4 seconds quicker was the chaser Vesey, having spun on the first lap.
Let's have a look at the results. Andy Hiley the winner then, but only by 0.66 seconds in the end. So 53 the winner from number 4, Lewis Ward, in second place. In third place was number 17, Paul Boyd. Fourth to number 15, Clive Hutchison, the 2 eclipses there. Fifth to number 64, Anton Landon, and sixth to number 56, Gary Goodyear. Then came the Mev X sets from Class C. Seventh, number 7, Stuart Much. Eighth was 76, David Hughes. Ninth, 58, Mickey Scott, and 10th, number 42, Darren Griffin. Outside the top 10 you've got Nigel Brown, and then the Class B cars all sort of finishing consecutively, headed by Stuart Thompson, number 30, then 46 Warren Vesey, 44 Marcus Roskell completing the Class B podium, then it was Brad Snow, Alan Robinson, Martin Hayward and Sylvia Much, the only other drivers to make it to the finish. And that's all for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship this weekend. They're at Brands Hatch next on the 2nd and 3rd of July. And we've got one more race to come this evening here at Croft. That's going to be for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. That's going to come up very shortly. But first of all, hopefully we'll be able to head downstairs to the pit lane to hear from our class winners from the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. And then we'll have the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s will be joined once again in the box by Elliot Mitchell. He'll join Marcus on commentary for that one. We've got a pleasant evening now at Croft. Blue sky, a few fluffy white clouds. It's pleasant. Let's head down to Tom Butterworth in the pit lane for the penultimate time today.
And welcome back to the pit lane with your race winners from the Freaky Parts Sport Specials. So, Andy Hiley, allow me to present you with this, first of all. And congratulations, bit of redemption from the first race today. Feeling good about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about that. I've had 3 races in, that's the first one I've finished, so yeah.
Oh, so definitely redemption then. So what was the problem in the first race, first of all? Walk us through that, and then what happened in race number 2?
In the first race, we shipped the fan belt, so I saw the ignition light come on, so I realised, and I saw the temps going up, so I parked it. No other thing we could do.
Okay, and then in this one, Lewis got the jump off the line, and then you managed to get past and get through. As simple as that? I mean, he was hounding you all the way.
Yeah, he's relentless. Yeah, I managed to get him down into tower. He obviously didn't feel as comfortable on the brakes on the first lap down there. And yeah, then it was we were just watching each other, I think, and watching brief. He came back in the last 2 laps, so he's obviously laying off on his tyres until late on, see what he could do.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much, Andy, and congratulations on finally getting that win here at Croft. Thank you. So we're going to move on to Stuart Thompson, your Class B winner. So congratulations, Stuart. First win of the day. How was that for you?
It was a bit easier than the race this morning when I left a gap the side of a barn door for Warren to come through on the last lap.
Well, Warren had his own adventures in that race and went off up at Hawthorns. But yeah, if you're going to do that, then he's going to come through it, isn't he? But yeah, didn't do it this time then.
No, it was a lot easier this time, and I kept out the way of the Class Cs. There was just enough ahead not to be a problem, and that was reasonably comfortable, that one, as race wins go. But
didn't feel the need to ease off or anything like that? Were you pushing right the way to the end?
No, I dropped 6 seconds off the last lap.
Well, you brought it home nicely, so congratulations, and yeah, well done again. And finally, double winner today.
Yes.
How was that for you?
That was a bit more interesting.
Yeah, it certainly looked exciting from where we were sitting. There were 4 of you all going at it at one point.
Yes, yeah, I was struggling a little bit with. I got a bit of a misfire on high revs, so every so often it would just cut out and carry on. So I thought I'm going to have to manage this a bit, and kept an eye on the mirrors, kept them behind me, but they were pushing me all the way. Dave and Mickey were at one point very close to taking the place, but yeah, managed it and took it home and.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant and really good to watch as well. So congratulations again. So this is Stuart Much, your Class C winner, and that rounds out your Freaky Part Sports specials for today. We will move on very quickly to the final race of the day, which will be your F1000s.
Final race of the day then for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The championship being led by Tom Gadd on 105 points from Matthew Booth on 98 and Dan Gore from 84. That's after 4 rounds now, the fourth of which was today. They had their first meeting of the season at Silverton. Let's run through the grid though. It's a partly reverse grid. The top 10 finishing order from race 1 is reversed. So that means that on pole position we have number 26, which is Murphy Aldridge, and alongside him number 42, Paul Butcher. The second row is 3, Tom Westworth, and 56, Lee Morgan. The third row, 5, Rob Wellham, and 83, Matthew Higginson. On to row 4, number 12, Tom Gadd, who did well to come through from mid-grid in race 1, and besides him is 80, Dan Gore. Then on row 5, the top 2 from race 1, number 8, Dan Clues, and the winner, 65, Matthew Booth. On row 6, it's 88, Mark Betts, and 33, Robert Bailey. Then on the 7th row, 14, Adam Walker, and 66, Max Windhauser. Row 8 is 44, Alok Iyengar, and 73, Kaylee Cole. Row 9, 69, Edward Folkingham, and 24, Victor Newman. We're getting into some of the cars that didn't finish race 1 here. Row 10 is 41, Billy Stiles, and 98, Alex Tutseo. And row 11 will be David Tagg, number 95. But I wonder if we might see some gaps on the grid. They're off on their green flag lap now, ahead of what's going to be the final 15-minute race of the day for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. We're going to be joined again on commentary for this one by Elliot Mitchell, multiple race winner in F1000 last season, but not able to take part this season. So, Mark, perhaps a few thoughts from you on what race 1 looked like from your point of view, and then we'll hear from you and Elliot to talk us through this second race.
Yeah, it was a cracking race. Just a shame, really, that we got split up by the yellow caution period, because that kind of took the continuity out of the race. But nonetheless, a superb win by Booth, who was absolutely on top of his game. From Clues and Gore, Gadd came through the field really well from mid-pack to end up finishing in 4th place, and really is the driver to watch, I sense, this year. I think Elliot, you were thinking much the same. I mean, he obviously won 2 of the races at Silverstone, which puts him in the ascendant, very much so.
Yeah, if he can keep the car going. Obviously his pace is electric, and yeah, if he gets out front, just manage it and be kind to the car.
Are they tricky things to keep going? Are they a bit temperamental, or
if you're in a gap and you've no chance of catching the man in front, it is wise to ease off and look after the engine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the 1 litre bike engine cars are sitting on the line. F1000, away they go. And it's Murphy Aldridge on the pole. He's been overtaken as they go down towards it. One very slow away in the middle, but everyone's managed to miss him. And here they go, piling in. Absolutely superb. Are they all going to be safe around? 1 or 2 of them very wide, though, through there, Elliot. And it's difficult, isn't it, to sort of pick 2 cars side by side going through. You can't really do it first lap.
Taking the inside curb, it does push you out wide.
That's right, and as they come up towards Tower at the end of the long straight, there'll be some sorting out to be done. Pick up my binoculars and see.
I think Paul Butcher's dropped a place already to Lee Morgan.
Yeah, Lee Morgan is, in this one, advantaged really by the fact that he was so far out of place in the last race that he's been put up into the sharp end, where you would expect to see him. He's a couple of times a champion, isn't he? And he's certainly a top driver.
Absolutely. I've been told that it's not actually his car he's driving right now, it's his teammates. So it's not set up for him, but he's making it work, as you can see.
Yeah, so 56 it is, who is away. And that is Lee Morgan, very highly rated among these drivers. The chase, though, is absolutely fantastic.
Rob Wellham down the inside. Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see. And we'll pick him up on the screen as well.
Tom Gadd making up places already.
Yeah, Butcher second, Wellham third, Aldridge fourth. Tom Gadd is in 5th place in the white car with the blue and green markings on it. And behind Tom Gadd is Matthew Higginson, Dan Gore behind, and watch for Dan go. And he's a guy who's a top runner always. But at the end of that first lap, Morgan it was who led the way.
Gadd's
Using
pushing
all the road
Wellham
and
now.
a bit more. That was quite exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gadd's got past Wellham.
Car into the pits. That's Kaylee Cole, isn't it? The pink car just come in.
I believe she was having clutch issues during the first race, so it might be related to that.
Changed the clutch overnight, I think, on that car since testing yesterday. What's Dan Gore coming up, I think. Higginson is in there as well. The teammates, Higginson and Gore, but it's Lee Morgan then at the end of the second lap who comes through.
Yeah, Paul Butcher's falling a bit of a train.
And the problem for Gadd, Gadd's broken, I suspect. I think it just didn't change gear, and he's been dropped right back into the pack. So problems, dramas for Gadd, and he can't even get back to the pits, which is a real shame. But he can do it now as it gets across. But Gadd has broken, unfortunately. Butcher still second. Third is Wellham. Fourth is Murphy Aldridge hanging in there. Higginson and Gore move up in 63 and 80 respectively. Matt Booth behind them. He's coming forward, but in the company of Close as well. So
Lee Morgan sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's really out on his own, isn't he?
He
There's
is,
Matt
yes.
Booth, who's dived past Dan Gore, going up into Tower Corner, and Gore has got Dan Clues behind him as well in the pale blue car.
He's having a good look.
He is. And Dan Gore, who's been up in the north of England all week with his mother, who's been in hospital. So a big hi to Jane Gore, who's in hospital waiting for an op. And she'll be watching on her iPad, apparently. So you can do that anywhere in the world, which is quite amazing. But this chase pack is amazing. But Morgan is 4.5 seconds up the road ahead of everyone else.
It's still incredibly bunched up, isn't it?
It is.
I think Paul Butcher is slowing them down slightly. Wellham should pass him.
Butcher, Wellham, and Aldridge in there. Then it's Gore's dropping back. Actually, they've split sort of halfway down that group.
Wellham up the inside of Butcher. Can he make it stick?
And that could be the invitation for them all to try the same.
Absolutely.
Because there's the green car of Higginson, and the Dislock car behind him is Booth. Booth, who won the earlier race. Clues is. Where's Gore gone? I think he might have dropped back a little bit. There's car out, and then that is it. That's Dan Gore. Dan Gore's in the tyre wall, and that is a problem there for him. Will we have a safety car? I wonder. That's down at the bottom at Clervaux. I can see the dust still up. I suspect we're going to get a safety car, but we've still got Higginson having a go to try to get past the 26 car, which is Murphy Aldridge. He found himself on pole in this reverse grid race.
Well, that safety car is going to bring Rob Wellham right up to Lee Morgan's tail.
I don't think we're going to get one yet, are we? This is what Morgan would fear, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's got such a big lead. In second place is now Wellham. Third is Butcher. Fourth is Aldridge. Fifth is Booth. Behind Booth is... Who's behind Booth? Higginson. That's Rob Bailey in the pit lane.
It seems it's just going to be double waved yellows and no safety car. So.
Okay, then Dan Close. And then Betts behind him in 8th place. 9th is Alok Iyengar, the Indian racer. And in 10th place is Eddie Falkingham, who crashed out of the earlier race.
Aldridge having a go at Butcher. I think he's got it done, the novice.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Fantastic. Murphy Aldridge having a
no.
look about these calls.
Fighting back.
That's side by side through the Jim Clark S's. That's bold stuff, isn't it? Best part of the circuit. That's down towards Barcroft and Sunny now. And Booth dives out.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, very, very well timed by Matt Booth. Dived up the inside there of the 42, which is Paul Butcher. And Higginson's next in that line behind him. Still that big lead for Lee Morgan. That's not diminishing in any way. Here come the rest. Rob Wellham is in second place. This is the group though to watch, and Betts is in on the back of that, I think. Betts in the 8th place ahead of Engar. Morgan, Wellham and Aldridge in third. Booth is 4th, courtesy of that move at Sunny. 5th is Butcher. 6th is Higginson. 1 or 2 kicking up the dust there, coming out of the S's.
Higginson and Clues will be putting pressure on Butcher shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, looking for that the green and the blue car. They haven't got to catch him yet. It's
no, very true.
And
they've got to deal with each other.
Yeah, they're fighting themselves, aren't they? And then they've got to have ahead of them an opportunity here. They might have seen Matt Booth try to go really wide, and that's allowed Clues to go through. Higginson's gone wide at Sunny, and then
has he got
Clues'
a problem?
leg's gone through.
No.
I don't think so. He just ran wide. I think he looked at the at Butcher hugging the inside line, went wide, and then left a huge gap.
Booth is right on Aldridge now. Should be an opportunity.
Morgan then a long way clear of Wellham. Then we've got Aldridge under pressure from Booth. Booth wants another podium out of this. Is he going to make it down into...
Not yet, not yet.
Very Easton. Young Aldridge hanging on. Behind them, Butcher and then Clues and Higginson. That was that move at Sunny we saw. Betts, Falkingham and Westworth complete the top 10. Shaken off Iyengar.
Clues is past Butcher, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, he's got past Aldridge, hasn't he? That's it. Because Aldridge is now tuck on the tail, isn't it? The 26, looks like it. Yes, Murphy Aldridge, who's been overtaken, but that's Butcher now holding off the resurgent Higginson, who's now really annoyed because he stymied himself last time round. But this is still anyone's race in the minor for the minor places, but Lee Morgan is in a class of his own. Wellham second, Booth now third, Aldridge is 4th. Then it's Butcher and Clues and Higginson and the rest. Betts, Booth up then to 3rd, Clues up into 5th.
So can Booth catch Wellham in time and pass him? Because he's certainly not catching Lee Morgan, is he?
No, Lee Morgan is so far ahead. He's 4 3/4 seconds, 4.6 seconds ahead. Can they reel in Wellham? I think that might be possible because only a second or so. And let's see where they are. Down through the, streaking through the Jim Clark S's.
So quick.
They are fantastic. They're wonderful little cars to drive. First appeared in 1984, the Jedis, for hill climbing with John Corbin, the man behind the mark in Wellingborough. And soon there were dozens of them appearing. Such a successful championship, but it's so simple, it's so pure. That's what's lovely about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful things to drive.
And they're not hideously expensive like most race cars. They are still race cars, so they're not cheap. But there's side by side, Higginson comes up alongside Butcher. He's on the outside though, going down into Clervaux, and that's not going to be the easiest thing to do. He's just
I
got
think
it.
he's got it done.
Yeah, he's got it done, and that was cool, particularly with the car off in the wall down there. That was quite brave.
There's still yellows down there. Should he have gone? No, it's not.
No, that's been off because they've been through a few times now, so they know it's there. But Booth is within 6/10 or so of Rob Wellham in second place now. Fastest lap in the race is a 1:17.8 for Lee Morgan, who leads the way. This is the battle for second place, Rob Wellham being caught, and the next pair in behind them, Aldridge still doing well, and this will be a great result for Aldridge if he can hang on to a top 4 place with 3 1/4 minutes to go. Oh, that was turning in on the throttle, wasn't it?
Booth wants to get it done.
Yeah, and that was very determined. 8th lap then, 9th lap then, about to be finished. There you go through. Wellham under increasing pressure, but is he going to be equal to it?
Not sure he's close enough. No, not yet.
Not. Wellham and Booth. Aldridge and Clues.
Oh, Booth's got a problem.
Oh, it's broken. The suspension's broken on Booth's car. Rear suspension failure by the looks of things, and that unfortunately is Matt Booth out of the race. That puts a different complexion on it. Puts Murphy Aldridge up into a podium position.
That'd be a brilliant result for him.
That really is the sort of thing that boys, young drivers, doesn't it? They get a really good result out of a race. I mean, they all count, but he's fought all the way for this one.
Yeah.
And
it's not over yet, though.
No, it's not all over yet by a long shot, because he's got Dan Close right behind him. And there's the dive. That's gone. Another one past. That's Betts now. Up Westworth, I think, moving up past Butcher down the far end of the circuit. Here is for the 10th time Lee Morgan coming through. They are closing in, but the checkered flag has been shown at 10 laps. Through they go. Wellham is second. Aldridge is third. Great result for young Murphy Aldridge. In 4th place is going to be Dan Clues. 5th place is going to be Matt Higginson. And in 6th place, it's all going to change around, isn't it? I think it might well be Westworth who comes through. Was it next? It is. Westworth comes through in 6th, ahead of Butcher, Betts, Falkingham and Iyengar, completing the top 10. But a fantastic race, Elliot. Really, really good race.
It was. That's terrible luck for Matt Booth on the last lap.
Yeah. Booth had problems. Gore had problems, and but that was really, because they probably wouldn't have known it was the last lap at that point, because
no,
it was still
probably not, no.
Another one probably in the bag. But you can see that something in the rear suspension let go coming down, and. Well, what a race! What a great win for Lee Morgan. Took advantage. He's not been right up there so far.
He really stamped his authority on that one, didn't he?
He did, and this all experience, isn't it? And a very, very good result. So, and not in the familiar car either.
No.
In the teammate's car. So really cool. But a good win then for Lee Morgan, who been doing this for a few years, but he's certainly very quick. Made it pay this afternoon. All that experience comes through. Lee Morgan then in 56 wins for Robert Wellham, 3.3 seconds. 3rd place, number 26 Murphy Aldridge. 4th Dan Clues, 5th Matt Higginson, 6th Tom Westworth, good last lap for him. 7th Paul Butcher, 8th Mark Betts, 9th Eddie Falkingham, good result after the incident in the early one. And in 10th place, 44 Alok Iyengar. Billy Stiles was 11th, Adam Walker 12th, Max Windhäuser was in 13th place, David Tagg 14th. And then the retirements, Matt Booth, Dan Gore, Robert Bailey, Victor Neumann, Thomas Gadd and Kaylee Cole. So a big field for the Formula 100s. That completes our programme here this afternoon. And it's been a good one, hasn't it, Ian? Ian Stoneman back on the other side of cans. And a really fine result.
Yeah, that was a great race. An abrupt end with a couple of cars off to deal with, but Lee Morgan deserved win. A great drive from him and some great action behind. But yeah, 3 real big championship contenders there having fun was Tom Gadd, Matt Booth and Dan Gore. So all 3 drivers suffering problems there.
And that happens over the course of the season, doesn't it?
It does. It certainly does. And we saw similar things in F1000 last season where unreliability and mechanical issues did, as the season went on, shaped the destination of the title, as the man standing behind us knows all about.
Yeah. Interested to know what happened to Tom Gadd.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pop downstairs and find out. But Tom Butterworth now, talking of Toms, is down in the pit lane ready to talk to our top 3.
And down here in the pits for the final time today, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Taking the victory was Lee Morgan, who is just receiving the congratulations just behind, well, over this way behind us here. Congratulations, Lee.
Wow. Yeah, I think that was kind of an easy one in a weird way, but at the same weekend it's been kind of like a really hard weekend. So, yeah.
It seemed the position at the start sort of helped you a bit, and you built a gap at the in the outset. But then, could you see them coming at you towards the end of the race, just running out of time?
No, not really. I mean,
not for you, for them.
No. I mean, I was just being massively overcautious at turn 1. To be fair, I mean, I was literally like lifting halfway down the straight. I didn't want to get any sort of penalties from that, so just being really cautious and pushing around the rest of the lap. I could sort of see him in the mirror, but it was just a case of controlling it from the front once I got away. I mean, the first lap was massively important. Just head down, mid a gap, and disappeared.
Sunday drive on a Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the race 1 result helped, you know, sort of getting in the mix. Starting P4 for the race. Great start. Obviously Paul I think just made a little bit of a mistake on the back straight, passed him, and yeah, I just had to get a head down and just go.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much and congratulations again.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our second place driver, Robert Wellham. Robert, second place, looked exciting from where we were. How was it for you?
Mental. It was so difficult as well. It was such a fun race. First podium, I'm ecstatic. Yeah.
Brilliant. Congratulations on your first podium as well. Yeah, I mean, how was it really, though, out there, the track conditions, and then obviously you got the pressure from the drivers as well, and you're trying to close down, and you were closing down as well, but just running out of time. And
It's such a difficult track. It's so bumpy, so you've got to be very careful when you get on the power. The tyres were going off. There's so many different factors you've got to worry about, and you've got the pressure from the drivers behind. There's so much happening, so it's a very difficult race.
But managed to contain it all and managed to get yourself onto your first podium as well, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. So we will move on very swiftly. Just over here is our final step of the podium, which is Murphy Aldridge. Sorry, I'm knocking you out. Rob Aldridge.
Yeah, you got the wrong one, but it's all right.
All right, it's on my sheet here as Murphy. But anyway, okay, well, Rob, congratulations. 16 years old as well. I've been told.
20.
I've been told you were 16.
Got Murphy's information, but it's
okay. All right. Well, I will blame the person who told me that. So third place. How was it for you out there?
It was tricky. Just trying to kind of save tyres for tomorrow. But no, like I was chasing Lee down, but I just settled down for second, and then I saw Matt and Murphy catching up behind. But with the tow here, it is a big advantage. But no, it was a good race. I'm pleased for Murphy because it's 2-3 for the team, so it's good for us.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Could I just shout out shout out to Robert Clubb. He's watching our hospital, so I just wish him well.
Okay. Thank you very much for that as well. And yes, of course, all of us here at the track and 750 Motor Club wish him well as well. So, yeah, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. And I will throw back to the commentary box, who will take you out.
Thank you very much, Tom. So very quickly to wrap things up, we're back tomorrow here at Croft with more action from the 750 Motor Club on the live stream. Racing getting underway tomorrow at about 1 o'clock with action from the Martins Group Formula V Championship. 2 races for the Toyo tyres, Toyota MR2s. Second races of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s and the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeos as well. And we end the day with the 125-minute race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Do join us then from just before 1 o'clock tomorrow. But for now, from Tom Westworth, he was racing in that last race, but Tom Butterworth, Elliot Mitchell, Marcus Pye, and myself, Ian Soman, have a very good night from all of us here at Croft Circuit.